All right. We should be on. Can the people on Zoom hear us? Somebody could give a thumbs up or.
Actually, just take out sufficient.
This is Andrew. I can hear you all.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Because it's not sediments, it's soil. And
Thank you, Debbie.
sufficient isn't very clear. All right, thank you.
All right, here we go. It is April 3rd at 1:41 p.m. This is meeting 11 of the Benton County Talks Trash Work Group. My name is Sam Imperati, the facilitator. We have taken roll by looking around the room and checking folks out on the screen. As Darren mentioned, there are light snacks over towards the entrance if anyone wants to pick up some nourishment. The agenda review is pretty straightforward. It's much like we did last time. And we will approve the draft meeting 10 minutes, update the public polling results on the recommendations. We'll have a comment period at 15 minutes. And then we'll review tonight's polling plan with a focus on findings and recommendations for someone who voted a 3 and any new items. Have our usual dinner break and explore findings and recommendations for anyone voted at 2. And we'll have a break in between that, and then we'll do last call, any changes from the informal polling and the ones, and then we'll go into the executive summary and history, and then we'll talk about next steps going forward. So any additions, subtractions, or corrections to the draft M10 meeting minutes? Any additions, subtractions, or corrections to M10 meeting minutes? Hearing and seeing none, we'll deem them approved. We sent out the updated public polling results on the recommendations on Friday, as I recall. And they are there for you to review, and they also appear on the worksheets, and they are updated from what we had previously. So you see the results that occurred as of our March 23rd meeting, and then the results that are cumulative through the 31st going forward. So those are there for your concern and review, and I think just want to call that out. I don't think we need to share them at this point, unless anyone has any questions or comments on them. All right, let's move to the public comment period. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a public comment? You could just raise your hand. Anyone in the room for public comment? Hearing and seeing none. Those on appearing virtually, if you'd be so kind as to raise your hand under the reactions tab, so I can know how many people we have in the queue. Looks like we have one. Ken Eklund, you're up.
Great, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
I can, but I'm gonna check on the back of the room, Ken, just a second. Folks, can you guys thumbs up? You can hear? Yes, you're getting thumbs up. Take it away, please.
Okay, so I have some screen sharing to do, but that seems to be disabled.
And see if we can undisable you here in a second.
Okay, thanks.
Is he good to go? You're good to go, Ken, on this end, it appears.
Okay, very good. Yes.
No, did you Okay.
Yeah, he's sharing.
There, can you all see that?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. Hello again, work group. It's Ken Eklund, Benton County resident. I'll be as brief as I can. Could you please go to the bottom of page 32 and locate finding number 13 for the landfill size subcommittee? It's the bottom of page 32 and the top of page 33. You'll see that the two Republic Services members are going to vote 3 on this finding unless a sentence is added to it, and I've highlighted the sentence here. They're not being totally honest with you here, not being totally forthcoming, I should say. Yes, they did add this sentence to the subcommittee report at the very last minute, I might add. But they didn't provide the data that they mentioned to the subcommittee. We inquired about it and were told it's publicly available, quote unquote, which is a little non-transparent. So it has not been vetted. So the sentence is unsupported by any evidence. Nothing was given to any subcommittee members except the sentence. We had nothing to examine, no way to verify this sentence. Note that the EPA estimate in the finding, the 57% figure, did come with supporting documentation provided to the subcommittee. Oops. Since no supporting evidence has been presented for examination by the subcommittee or by you, I don't think the work group should add this sentence to its evidence-based findings. Your informal polling is already holding to that outcome, so I'm supporting the direction the majority of you are already going in. Republic Services can file a minority report to explain their side. So again, do not add the proposed sentence. The subcommittee has not vetted it. Evaluate the text for finding 13 without it. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we, any other member on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Last call. Seeing no one on the screen and no one in the room, we'll close public comment period. Oh, is there someone? Where is it?
The comments below.
Can you do your magic?
Vicky, I believe that you want to testify. If you would like to testify, you can turn off your microphone and begin when you're ready. Also, you can turn on your
Video.
video as well. Okay, we can see you. Can you turn off your microphone, please?
Turn on your microphone.
Turn on your microphone.
Okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
okay, good afternoon. My name is Vicki Drewliner. First, I want to thank all the neighbors, committee members, county employees, and others involved in tackling this important issue. Looking through the vast amount of documentation that has been gathered, I'm impressed with the effort made. In these times, I think we need to work together to deal with things that impact us all on a personal, local level. My husband and I have been residents of the Soap Creek Valley for 33 years. Last year, when Republic Services submitted their conditional use permit application, we joined with other neighbors concerned by many aspects of the proposal and hoped that having a facilitator and work group dedicated to examining the issues would be productive. Perhaps I placed a little too much faith in the process, and it wasn't until the recent survey came out that I started really examining the website and information presented there. I have already written an email to voice my concerns about the survey and related issues and sent it yesterday, so perhaps you've already had a chance to see it. However, I did want to make a few more comments about this process. First, I want to remind you that there are more people impacted by the landfill and its current and future activities than just a group of disgruntled neighbors crying, "Not in my backyard." The issue of solid waste management, whether it is household, industrial, hazardous, medical, or recycled waste, is a worldwide concern. On some levels, it is very complex and expensive. Yet, the long-term benefits of dealing with these issues sooner rather than later can make a huge difference in our neighborhood, our state, our world. In that vein, I notice you've included a statement honoring the Kalapuya tribe and the acknowledgement of their having been here long before the settlers came to this area. I believe that many native spiritual values honor the earth, the plants and animals, the seasons and other elements of this beautiful world that we share, and consider them sacred. I could not find documentation suggesting any input from the nearby tribes into this process and would really have appreciated seeing some. Perhaps it's not too late. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Last call for anyone online. Since I can't see the chat box, if you could give me a thumbs up or raise your hand by going to the reaction icon on the bottom of your screen. That'll be a cleaner queue that you want to be in the queue. Hearing none, thank you. Public comment is closed. All right. So here's sort of a high level overview of where we're at in this process. If we were to go and manage all of the remaining threes in recommendations and findings, and then also deal with the twos in recommendations and findings, there would be 120 specific findings or recommendations to discuss. Of those 120, 38 of them, be they findings or recommendations, have at least 1-3 in it. The proposed approach is to start with the recommendations, where we, in essence, where we left off at our last meeting. There are 10 recommendations with remaining threes that we haven't discussed. Then my proposal is we would go to the 28 findings where at least one member voted a 3. And then depending on where we're at in the agenda, we can look at the recommendations where at least one person voted a 2. There are 45 of those. And there are 37 findings where at least one person voted a 2. So I'm proposing that for these recommendations, we literally spend no more than 7 minutes per recommendation to get through them. And if we need more time to make it, we will take it. But really, we are looking at a 5 to 10 minute per topic agenda item. And so this really is about essential edits because you have the ability, if the essence is there and you support it, you can vote a 2 or a 1. If essence is not there, you're free to vote a 3. And obviously any 1-3 precludes a consensus recommendation, just as we discussed last time. Any additions or suggestions with regard to that process of how we're going to go through and triage this? Any comments? And then of course, we'll end with the history piece and the executive summary piece. Yes, Marge?
Just a question, how are we going to handle the history document?
The history document will be put on the screen, and there were 3 major changes. No, I don't call them major. There are 3 changes that were put up there. We'll put them up and discuss them one at a time.
Is that after the recommendation?
Yes. Yes.
Just a
Yes.
thought, maybe help for the group, just like you take a trip and it's 100 miles to your destination. Maybe on occasion, you remind us how many 4 miles we have to go to keep that 7-minute clock moving.
Yeah. Any last call? Yes, sir.
If you have a 3, does that finding just get lost? removed from the report?
No, it will show up. There's 14 polling members. And, you know, as long as there's 1, 3 there,
Mhm.
but there's a majority of 1 and 2s, it shows up as a majority minority finding. So if you have a 3 on a finding or recommendation, and either way, it's going to show what the votes and tallies were for each of these findings and recommendations. So if there's going to be a possibility of majority and minority approving, and also a possibility that a majority minority vote is disapproving the finding and recommendation. So everything gets captured.
Including the verbiage,
Excuse me?
including the verbiage, the narrative.
Well, the whole narrative of the finding and recommendation is all we're voting on. Is there, when you speak to verbiage, are you referring to something else?
No, if somebody is asking for a change
Yes.
and to get from a 3 to something else, will that request, that ask be shown?
That ask, that is the hope for you, you know, given the way the polling document is, to put it, you know, what we voted on and what we didn't vote on. So it'll be in that summary document like the ones we did last time. All right, so there are no remaining 3s on the SMMP. And then we have Louisa joining us on your phone, and we have Liz Ivers joining us. Thank you. There are no remaining 3s on landfill size, capacity, life. So we're now going to land use and looking at that. And we will put up on the screen. So the first one is recommendation 2, LLUR2, LLUR2. And on that, and if someone can get that on the screen, please. It's page 81 of your hymnals.
In the meantime, there's a question in the chat from Louisa about should polling members have the cameras on during the process.
It would be helpful if you did, Louisa, but if that's inconvenient, as long as you can please come on for the actual polling, so we know if you're voting 1, 2, or 3, that would be helpful. All right, so we have 1 person on this. We have 1 person polling a 1, 2 2s, and 9 1s. So the person who pulled the 3 indicated it was lawyer talk. What is the statutory completeness review process? How can I vote something I know nothing about? And the 2s were how and where this information will be described and communicated needs to be added. And for community outreach and education, use CEO subcommittee's recommendation, which is community education and outreach recommendation. So let's deal with the LLU R2. So who would like to comment on that as the basis for their 3? And what can we do to make it cleaner? And someone's going to be having to watch, because we have 2 members on
I'll watch that.
on video, and Louisa. Yes.
Didn't we vote on this one in the last meeting?
I think we voted on,
I mean, I thought that's what the blue box was.
Oh, this is the, all right, that's the 1-3. I see what this coding system is saying. That was, we did vote on it and we had one person voting a 3. Any last call on that? Whoever voted 3 or 2 on that, any second thoughts or third thoughts? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on, that's done. R6 is next. These will be all in the LLU series. And here we had 1-3 and 2 2s. So the 3 said, I can surmise that this is an attempt to stifle substantive public comment, and I am opposed to this recommendation.
Did we,
So who,
LLU 4 has a 3.
what? Just a second.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Sorry.
It did initially. All right, so whoever voted a 3, what would be helpful to you such that you would consider with changes it to be acceptable? So who voted the 3? Who would like to?
I probably did, and I stand by it. I would need a lawyer who is wanting to advise me. Take it to vote anything else for the 3. I'm willing to vote present on that. I'm willing to vote present on that one.
Okay, well, if you're a 3, you're a 3, Margaret. I'm not trying to,
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna do that.
you're gonna say you're present.
Okay.
Okay, so, is that, would you consider that, we have abstain here? Or you just want to say present?
Right.
Okay, so for that one, Marge as present. And we'll then take away the 3 from that. The people that voted 2. And this was Republic saying you didn't want to be in a position to give direction. So,
Awkward.
yeah, you're fine with it as it is. All right, so that takes care of R6.
Not R6. Okay, sorry. Are we on R6? I thought we, okay. On R6, I do not vote present. I vote 3. And
Okay,
I vote 3 for the reason that Ken Eklund, for the same reason that I think it's attempting to stifle public comment. But Ken Eklund presented the entire work group with a much more reasoned and comprehensive argument than I am making right now,
okay.
concurring with that.
All right, so R6 then formally polls as 9 1s, 2 2s, and 1 3. So it passes by a minority vote of just that 9 2 and 1. Now we're on R7. And this is also, this is an 8-2-1 vote. And same comment, again, I surmise this attempt to stifle substantive public comment. I am opposed to this recommendation. Same as that, okay? And the people that voted 2s, same reason. Unless there's any other discussion or changes of people's prior polling, this would go forward as 8 2 and 1.
Sam,
Yes.
sorry, we have a clarification on LLU R6, the previous one we talked about. We had a draft revision, I'm guessing from the previous meeting, where there's some wording changes proposed. And I just wanted to clarify that we weren't polling on the wording changes, we were polling on the original drafted recommendation.
Okay, so, so there were changes.
I think we have question marks in there. I think we never finished polling on that.
Okay, so so the R6, LLU R6. There were potential changes made at the last meeting. And if you can, you'll see them on the screen as striking the words more clearly defined and instead provide non-binding guidance, the guidelines for SWAC's roles by articulating scope and manner. So that was designed. So right now we have on the initial polling 9, 2, and 1. Does anyone change? Does that change anyone's polling from the 2? We have Marja as a 3, the 2 Republic pollers as a 2, and the remaining folks as a 9. None. Hearing, seeing none?
Just to clarify, then we're adopting that proposed change language.
Yes, where it says real-time draft revisions 4/3/23.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the language. Okay. All right. Let's look at R8. R8, we have a 3. 3 indicated no effort made to inform regarding the implications. I, as a Benton County resident, but not a member of the legal committee, and not intimately acquainted with either of these code sections in chapter 53. The 2 is from Republic, the usual comment they just made. Marjo, I'm assuming this is your 3, and are you sticking with the 3? So Marjo's sticking with the 3, Republic staying, you'll stay with the 2.
Yeah, but there's only 1, 2, but there needs to be 2.
There should be 2
I
too.
think somehow 9, category 1 should be 8. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Should be 2.
Well, there's actually 11 people that are polling.
Yeah, I was just looking at R7, so it could be that.
So we will, it's not going to make a difference, but put 2 2s and 2s in under the 2 category for that.
Yeah.
Yes. Louisa?
Hi. Yes, I was just wondering if Marge quickly could say what wording she might want changed.
I do not want wording change. I want it removed.
Okay.
All right. R9. The person who pulled the 3 indicated that, what does this mean in layperson's language?
On this one, I will go to 2 because it certainly sounds to me that like that would be harmless. So maybe I'm wrong, but I go to a 2 on that.
Okay.
But I, in general, on all of these, there was no attempt made to communicate with a lay audience. Okay, maybe an attempt was made, it failed.
I was that attempt, right? Like, I think at some point, I think at some point, you can only do so much to dumb down legal language before it becomes ineffective and becomes a liability. So with respect to that, that's a very difficult thing to say. There was a huge attempt made to be plain spoken as much as possible.
I agree, and I think what you said makes so much sense. And so therefore, I think that what should have happened is that there should have been a community advocate on the legal group, and there wasn't.
But everybody could have volunteered. It was open to everybody.
Well, a lawyer,
No, it was open to everybody. Anybody could volunteer on that subcommittee, just like the others, right? And nobody did. I mean, that's the crux of it, right? Nobody did. Nobody tuned into our meetings. Nobody else signed up for it. And now everybody's mad because they're not happy with the language. But
I mean, not everybody.
well, I don't know. I think that there's been a lot of insinuation about the legal committee, but I didn't see anybody there. So, and that's where I'll leave it.
Yeah, I think it's time to move on to the issue. I also remind folks that the county approved part of my contract amendment to include Jenny Lucker to be there to do her best job of translating. That she wasn't an advocate or representing
Correct, she
anyone.
was not an advocate, and
Marge?
perhaps she did do her best to unlegalize, but it was not, in my opinion, not.
And I think that opinion has been stated and the rebuttal has been stated, and we're not gonna be polling on that any further. So we have 9 1s and 2 2s. Are there any, let me see how many people we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 10 members present. All right. Any members present want to change their polling? We have 9 1s and 2 2s. Who was the other 2 on this?
Need the other two non-votes.
Yeah, the person,
I was one of the non-votes initially, so I'll vote one on that.
okay, so we have 9, 1, and 0, and we need to take the poll on these, I just realized, because the meeting minutes will be, or so please speak up if I'm missing something, help me with this. So which ones do we not have official polls on in the members?
Well, our two, LAU, our two, we haven't done any polling sheets.
We need to do the polling
Okay,
sheets,
all right.
what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
So
so,
give me the first one, please.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? You said there's 9 1s and 1 2, so there's only 10 votes for this, or 10 polls.
Okay,
we're gonna do.
hold that. We're going back to this. We're going back to R2. And if you have, can you show me?
R6, we had, R2 was pulled on in the previous meeting.
Okay, so we're on R6 is the first one. And take your cards, please, 1, 2, or 3. So we have this after.
So R6, yeah.
All right, yes. Okay, so let's start off with the people present. Chuck, Liz are 1s, Marge is a 3. Russ?
Can you come back to me 1 second? Or am I the last one?
No.
I'm just not a fast reader today, I guess, same thing.
No, not a problem. Let's skip over. We have John, Ryan 1s, Mary Parmigiani 2. We have Ed a 1 and Catherine with a C a 2. And we have Russ a 2, Russ and Sean a 2.
And
And then
members
on Louisa is a 1. She made her own card. Wow. That is very impressive. Andrew? Are you on?
I just don't have a green card, it's a 1.
It's a 1. Andrew's voting 1. Thank you, Andrew. I mean, you've pretty well shown up here, Andrew, by Louisa, who color coded hers. Wow. Okay. So what's the final tally then?
So the final tally is,
Sorry, what were you two? Russ and Sean.
Which one was voted on? R6?
R6.
Okay.
I got 7 1s, 4 2s, and 1 3.
Okay, and that's correct. All right, what's next?
Sam, did you take mine 3? I don't have a 3.
You don't have a
Is that
3?
just to keep things moving? Let's give everybody one.
March is voting twice.
Surprised we gave you any cards at all, John.
I know.
This is amazing. All right, what's next?
R7.
R7? This was previously on the informal polling, an 8, a 2, and a 1. We have Chuck is a 1, Liz is a 1, Marge is a 3. John is a 1, Ryan's a 1. Mary is a 1, Ed's a 1, and Catherine's a 2. And we need, and Sean is a 1.
No, Sean's in 2.
Sean is a 2, and his twin is a 2. Okay. Russ. John.
You can see folks on Zoom.
And Zoom, Louisa is a 2, Andrew is a 1.
All right, we're at 7 4 1 again for that.
741 check, 741 check. All right, next up,
R8.
8.
R8. All right, cards up for R8. You have to show it on the screen.
Yeah. Scrolling.
So Chuck is 1, Marge 3. Russ and Sean are 2. We have, and the rest are 1. So it's John, Ryan, Mary, Ed, Cal.
Folks on Zoom again.
Zoom, Andrew, 1, Louisa, 1. All right, R9.
We're
Yes,
voting on the, not the draft revision or.
We're doing on the real-time draft revision 4.3. And the result of that was 9-2, but I didn't get the names of that. So we have Chuck, Liz, Marge, where are you on this one? So present. Marge is present on this. And we have everyone else voting one. Louisa, Andrew?
Sorry, I got lost. I thought, okay, we're on R9 that's on the
Yes.
screen.
Yes. And they both vote one, Andrew and Louise. Thank you. All right, we should be caught up now. So R11, LLU R11, we, in the informal polling, we had 8 1s, 0 2s, and 3 3s. One person who polled the 3 indicated it was a new finding we haven't had time to discuss or vet, would like to hear more about the impacts and ramifications of the work group. So, and another 3 indicated brand new finding, haven't had a chance. Other one said, does this mean we are acknowledging that there are wetlands in the landfill area? It's patently obvious that wetlands comprise a large percentage of E.E. Wilson. So, who is suggesting the addition of this R11 compliance? How did this come up? Does anyone? Yes, Greg.
So I can speak to that. At the previous meeting, I think it was the crosswalk meeting, there was discussion about wetlands and that we needed a finding or recommendation around ensuring that the Department of State Lands is involved or notified somehow. And so I took that discussion, created this draft finding or recommendation for the group's consideration based on that discussion.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Can we poll, please? 1, 2, or 3 on that?
Are we acknowledging then that there are wetlands in the landfill area?
Well, so this recommendation doesn't say there are wetlands, but there are wetlands for sure. We have mapping showing wetlands. The issue that came up was a discussion about whether there are wetlands that have been identified and protected by Benton County as significant wetlands. And that's a subset of all wetlands. It's a very small subset. So in the absence of having county established protection for wetlands in the vicinity already existing, the discussion was, well, can you ensure that Department of State Lands at least is involved or notified of potential impacts, since they have jurisdiction over all of that.
So, Ryan.
So just to clarify that, so we're really, Greg, it's kind of broadening the scope of what a wetland is defined. I mean, broadening the look for wetlands versus what is significant within Benton County, but now it's like looking at DSL as well, looking at it from a statewide.
It's ensuring that DSL is pulled into it. It's our practice, it would be anyway, but this puts it forward as a perfect.
To make it clear that if there are wetlands, that DSL needs to be involved. So this, forward. All right, 1, 2s, or 3s, please.
Well, as we said, one.
So everyone in the room is voting 1. Let's go to Louisa and Andrew. Louisa's a 1 and Andrew's a 1.
Yeah. 12 ones.
12, 1, 12, 0, 0. Okay, R12. So the 3, we have 1, 3, and that's based on the why was the recommendation to state matters in clear and explicit terms not applied to the LL recommendations themselves? So I believe we had that discussion on another matter. Yes,
I would just suggest after the vote, please renumber or re-letter the findings and the real-time draft edition, because on mine, it looks like they picked up at D, like the letters. What am I trying to say? The letters on mine say F, G, H, I, and J.
for L12,
Yes.
that's,
Oh, no, I'm on 13. Sorry, never mind. I'm one ahead of you. I've moved to the next
well,
one.
aren't we just advanced?
I'm eager to get through.
I can see that. All right, so with that said, we'll take a poll on R12. There were no changes in real time from R12, so 1, 2s, or 3s. Marge? Everyone in the room is voting 1 with Marge present. Louisa and Andrew, 1 and 1.
What about Russ? Or Sean? You say one.
And Sean voting 1. Sean is trying to help Russ put up a 1. And
It's an early wake up call, Sam.
thank you. All right. What do we have?
11, 0, 0, and 1 present.
Okay. R13. So we have 1, 1. I give up what is legal mandamus option.
Yes, I'm present.
So basically, it's a shorthand term that means you're asking the court to force somebody to do something. So let's take the poll on that. It's 10 voted 1 in the informal, 1 person voted a 3. Marge, are you present to this?
Yeah.
Marge is present. Everyone else in the room is voting 1. Louisa and Andrew? Is a 2. Okay, R13. Any questions, discussion?
Which one?
So when I gave the advice on, I defined mandamus, I was on the wrong one. The mandamus doesn't apply to R12, it applies to R13. So the poll we are taking now
Oh,
should be on R13.
what was the poll we just did?
R12.
I think we already went for that one. Yeah, we went ahead.
Yeah.
We did 12 minutes ago.
Okay, my bad. All right, we're now moving to a lot of paper to shuffle here. So now we're on CUP R14, CUP R14. Put there. All right. So we have 8 1s, 1 2, and 2 3s. The 3s indicate the county doesn't have authority to regulate transactions between private landowners, remove recommendation. And that's repeated. So evaluate. All right, who are the twos? I mean, threes, so tell us a little bit about this, please.
Notion that county could somehow interfere and attempt to regulate two private parties doing some form of transaction. This purchase of land. Don't believe the county has that authority.
Well, it says, okay, this says evaluate whether acquiring the land is consistent with the vision. Acquiring buffer land is action specified in DEQ. All right. Ed and Catherine.
I don't think the intent was to interfere with anybody's private transactions.
Right.
The intent was to find out what the extent of the area is that's associated with the landfill. Just to give an impression of how the extent of the resources, the community resources that are tied up in the landfill being present, being here. And no intent to interfere with any kind of private transaction. But it's really getting the information that's in the public record, a tax record that says this property is owned by somebody that's associated with, you know, the landfill owner operator. So that's just part of the overall impact of the operation on the community.
All right. Catherine?
Yep, I support what Ed is saying, and I agree that that's where we were leaning with this. I think it really was, you know, encouraging the county to no intended interference with, you know, private party transactions. But the county does have the responsibility to forecasting zoning and zoning usages and of land. When we combine that with the Vision 2040, that's that long-term planning part. And I think that's really where we were leaning with this recommendation.
So
Is there anything that could be modified that
if we
to?
could go back to what Ed said a second ago about transparency on land purchases, yeah, we could. It's just that's not how we interpret the proposed language.
So what specific
Ed, you
language?
want to try again, what you said?
Is there a better word than evaluate? Because evaluate is about as open-ended as we came to a conclusion on, leaving this to the county to evaluate, not this body necessarily.
Jeff had brought this up a long time ago and saying not interfering with private transactions, and that's what we tried to craft around. So I'm quite frankly struggling for short words to change this.
Sam, I'm willing to try, but I'd like a couple minutes to think on it. If it's possible, could we come back to this one?
Okay, let's try to make a note here. Just out as our cheat sheet reminder. All right, for community education outreach, there are none with threes, but there is a new. So, yes.
There is no Vision 2040. Can we change that to 2040 initiative?
The incorrect reference.
That's way more important, like on the level, but they're just changed vision to 2040 initiative. There is no Vision 2040 there.
Sorry, got the wrong word.
No, that's fine. No, your issue is much bigger on the map.
Got a question for Louisa.
Louisa?
Isn't there a Vision 2030? Is that what they wanted to use?
In the city of Corvallis.
What's the county's vision? What thingy?
2040 initiative, the city is Imagine Corvallis 2040. That's it.
Okay, so we'll use the proper term, which I understand to be the 2040 initiative.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to make a note to find and replace anywhere in the document 2040 initiative versus Vision 2040. All right. Community education outreach, CEO, R16, as I understand it, is new, so I'll take a minute to allow you to update that and read that. Any discussion or requests for clarification on this new proposal? Hearing none, let's poll 1, 2,
Actually, Sam, I'm sorry. It just, to me, it feels like the last 2-3 sentences, you know, are just unnecessary. It's, you know, phone number, it's sort of getting into the tactical suggestions of what should be done. Couldn't this be a little bit tighter and cleaner? You know, saying neighborhood deserves to have this information, you know, county, republic, members of, you know, the work group, you know, get together and figure it out.
Well, I think for all of these are recommendations from the work group to the county. The county is then the commissioners are gonna consider it, I suspect, for something like this, say to staff, we like the concept. How would you implement that? What would that look like? Then they would put forth a policy to do that. Is that a fair statement, Darren?
Yes.
I mean, just ideally, somebody could click on something of a concern. It's just that technologies will evolve, capacities for transparency and communication will evolve.
Any other, so what I'm looking for, just to use this as a good example, is, you know, specific suggestions to edit the words on the piece of paper. So is it, it sounds like you would like to.
Straight, beginning with ideally.
Okay. All right, so first we'll poll on that section as is, with ideally in there. And so is ideally in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so poll 1, 2, or 3 with those last 3 sentences in. And then the second poll will be with them out. Okay, I promise again. Jock?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
It is exactly how wonderful
Sorry.
is the facilitation.
Yeah, sorry.
Alternatively is we're voting on R16 with those 3 sentences in. So we have Chuck, Liz, Marge.
I'm trying to figure out where the changes. Is that whole new language?
It's a whole new language. It says CER R16 draft 6 text.
R16, okay, so all like, okay, so develop,
This is.
It's the very last one in the whole document.
Next section.
Should
be the last.
The very last, scroll all the way to the bottom.
Yes, the very last.
Okay. So I'll call upon, Louise, did you have a question or clarification about this
Well,
poll?
I wrote this and I'm fine with everything being off there from ideally. I think just
Okay.
as long as the message is out there of what we're recommending, that's fine. So whatever you guys think.
Okay, well, we're pulling in mid-poll on it with those three sentences in there. So we have Chuck, Liz, Marge. Voting to 1, Republic, Russ and Sean voting to 2, we have John at 2, Ryan at 2, we have Mary, Ed, and Catherine voting to 1, Louisa is a 1, and Andrew's a 2.
750.
Now, let's take the poll with it out. We're removing the last three sentences.
Sam,
Begins
before
with
you,
ideally, phone number, a link.
before you do this poll, could I make a comment on this piece?
Yeah,
So I found, I would like to make a friendly amendment to this and just say, for example, a community member could click on, et cetera. Why, couple things, I feel like there's value in this coming from this subcommittee, who supported this language in the first place, but I also feel like those that have worked in the subcommittee have a sense of what might be helpful as an example of what might work. It's not a hard recommendation that this is what should be done as much as it is, here's an idea of what, through our experience in the subcommittee, we feel might fit this need. So I do support the language here. Obviously, we could do it without it. But in the implementation phase of things, it might be beneficial for however we put this into action, that we have ideas coming directly from the subcommittee who worked on this topic specifically.
okay, so we're in the middle of this poll. I'll come back and pick up that poll in a minute. So we are pulling on without those three sentences. Chuck? So Chuck is 2, Liz is 1, Marge?
Okay, I'm gonna go with the subcommittee one.
So Marge is a 2, we have Russ and Sean. We have Russ and Sean voting 1. And we have John and Ryan voting 1. We have Mary as a 2. We have Ed and Catherine as a 3. And Louisa and Andrew, both 2s. So because we have some 3s, the one that potentially is most promising or could be promising, we'll come back to it, is the initial poll, but we're putting, instead of identifying a community member, in between, right before that language, ideally a community member, we should say, we will add in after the word needed, for example, comma, a community member could. Is that, Catherine, did I nail that?
I think that's worked for us with some of our recommendations. We felt it was just a helpful nudge coming from our perspective on our subcommittee.
Right. Right. So it's basically the first poll with the language that's new, but prefacing after the word needed and before the word ideally, for example, comma, and then string out the language. 1, 2s, or 3s on that. Okay, we have Chuck, Liz, Marge voting 1. We have Russ and Sean and John voting to 2. We have Ryan, we have Mary, we have Ed and Catherine voting to 1. Louisa, 1, and Andrew 1. So I believe, we'll check the math here, I believe that one has the most robust finding, and absent something to the contrary, we'll propose that. So what do we have for these various comparisons?
930.
And the one before that was,
For that one was 552.
okay, and the one before that,
750.
Okay, so the 930 is the most robust, has the consensus, if you will, of the group. All right, are you ready to go back, Russ, to?
No, I'm getting closer, thank you.
Okay. All right. This is this is last call on any recommendations in the report. Any other recommendations you would like us to talk about? Otherwise, I'm basically asking you, does your informal poll still stand? So you took an informal poll on the remaining recommendations, SMMP, LSCL, what have you. Has anyone heard anything in the last 2 days, or 2 meetings, that would propel them to poll differently than they have? Yes, Ed.
There was things I heard, quite frankly, from the television and podcast that made me think of polling differently on some of the CL recommendations. And if you give me a second, I can give you the number. I sent it out very late this morning, so I apologize for that.
Is it a finding or a recommendation? Because I'm dealing with recommendations now.
This is a finding, I'm sorry.
No problem.
And you did have finding CUP R7, I believe, is.
It's an R7,
submitted,
yeah.
Changes to.
Yeah, it was the second page.
And did you have a 3 on that? R7?
No, it's not a 3.
Okay, so I'm only
Actually,
dealing.
it is a 3, I'm sorry.
Nope, don't be.
Confusing myself.
I'm confusing myself.
So we're on the,
So let me reframe the questions, make sure everyone is on the same page. What we have done is go through each of the recommendations where someone in an informal poll polled a 3. Or a 2. The 2s are coming out. I'm just finding out if there are any remaining 3s on any of the recommendations. So this is last call on recommendations that you polled the 3, which means that when you took the informal poll, if you voted a 1 or 2, you're not changing anything here. We have no additional 3s. Yes, Ed.
no, I agree with that. No more 3s on R.
Okay.
Okay, but I would change it to a 3 on R. I'm struggling with something here. And I need you to help me
Real about it, yeah.
In looking at a bunch of the findings and just in 2 of the recommendations, I think there's a bit of a flyby going on. We've gotten into very specific language about whether something means this or isn't. Means that, is it enforceable, is it not enforceable, whether it's a condition of approval, whether it's a finding. And when you step back, that's all the, at least on the CUP small group side, was all the structuring was just to get the consideration out that, could I just read it? Because I finally got it in words. Is that okay?
I just want to know, I'm just trying to clean up any remaining 3s. So your new one is R7. You sent in this morning. Is that a 2? You're voting 2 on that? In other words, you accept it, R7 the way it is, but you want it clarified.
What I asked for is find some way to insert something before R7.
Okay.
Because of the cup and the finding at LLU F22. I thought this needed something for explanation. We could add it to both of these, the R7 or the LLU F22.
Okay, so we will deal with the findings in a minute. I am really just trying to keep us focused just on the recommendations to know if there's anything else that needs to
And
be.
this would go with the cup or R7.
LLU,
No, cups R7.
Cup R7 goes with what finding?
This is proposed inserting it before the this heading doesn't make sense. It says insert both cup findings at CUP R7 and legal findings at LLU F22, and that can't be right. Why don't we skip it and I'll find out what I should have said.
Nope. Okay. So, are we, hearing nothing to the contrary, I am confirming that there are no members of the work group who are present, who are going to vote a 3 that hasn't already voted a 3. Abstained. In other words, the informal pollings where you voted 1 or 2 has not changed. Is that correct? So please put your tent up so I can actually see that is the case. Okay, John, Ed, you're agreeing with, you have, other than this hanging chat here, which we're gonna get to. There's no other 3 that you haven't already voted on. Great. Okay. Now, let's see if we can. Let's, Russ,
Yeah, thanks for the indulgence.
our friend, R14.
So what if we were to keep in the first sentence, to keep it largely intact, but where it says is, consistent with just impacts and whatever we're calling it, initiative 2040 or whatever, including housing, forestry, agricultural land uses, whatever. In lieu of anything that follows that, just simply this sentence, which I believe gets to what I think I heard Ed say. So in addition, comma, identifying options to disclose to the community who adjacent landowners are. I felt like I heard Ed say the core of what they're driving at is transparency around who owns the land. Can you repeat that? Sure. In addition, comma, identifying options to disclose to the community who adjacent landowners are.
That's just tagged on to the end of the.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have a proposal on R14. It previously was 8 1s, 1, 2, and 2 3s. Republic is suggesting that the addition of the sentence, in addition, identifying options to disclose to the community who adjacent landowners are. Let's pull 1, 2, or 3 as edited.
And that is just an addition, correct? We will not be changing any of the rest of the.
It is as you see it on the screen with the new word initiative versus vision.
forgive me, Sam, I had actually suggested to making, in addition to the second sentence of the meeting, the acquiring buffering land and then the following sentence, property purchases.
Okay, just highlight that, but don't delete it. That's your proposal?
That was my suggestion, yes.
Okay. All
And I
right,
had also said impacts rather than is consistent with the first sentence.
okay. So the first poll, because we have it on the screen now, Greg, or whoever's doing this, you are Daniel.
Yeah.
So make sure when we have these polls, that we have to have the language that we're polling on. So this is gonna be a multiple section polling, right? So for right here, this real-time revision, this is the Republic amendment to what was up there. We're gonna poll on it. Then we're going to have something below it in text that shows the second poll, right? Yeah. Great, I just wanna make sure my brain is working. So we'll pull on what's on the screen, because it's on the screen. 1, 2, or 3 as edited on the screen in front of you. 1, 2, or 3.
Sam, could you read those? It's hard to read that.
Daniel, why don't you read it, because you wrote it.
Evaluate whether acquiring buffer land by landfill-related entities impacts 2040 initiative, including the impact on housing, forestry, and agricultural land uses. In addition, identifying options to disclose to the community who adjacent landowners are.
Okay. 1, 2, or 3 on that, and depending on the results of this, we'll go back to the original language as well.
I'm just confused over when you say public land or landowners. General landowners are public records at the county unless it's a shell company. I'm not sure what you were implying there.
Well, I was trying to respond to what I heard Ed say, but I felt like Ed was talking about, I think he mentioned LLCs. You're correct. Sometimes developers use a myriad of.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's just business.
Correct. I'm not judging that at all.
Yeah.
But if the spirit of this is to try to bring some clarity to that for the community, then we're saying, okay, we are comfortable with that. We see that.
Please, I appreciate your gusto.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3. So we have Chuck, Liz, Marge, Russ, Sean, John, Ryan, Mark voting 1, Catherine and Ed voting 3, Louisa is a 2, Andrew is a 1. So we have a majority minority with 2 voting 3. Let's now take it without it, Daniel. So the next poll will be on this language without it.
So Sam, do you mean the language as originally presented?
Yeah, so without these changes, so he's teeing it up here so you can all see it.
Would it be possible to also comment on
Okay, just a second, I'm trying to make sure this has fidelity
So
before.
this is just the original version.
It just happens to span a page is what you're saying. Okay. All right, so this is the original version that appears above, without any suggested changes. So we're asking you to vote 1, 2, or 3 on that.
Would you mind reading that record again?
Sure. Evaluate whether acquiring buffer land by landfill-related entities is consistent with Vision 2040, which I'm not sure if I guess we're changing to 2040 initiative, including, sorry, I'll take it back. Evaluate whether acquiring buffer land by landfill-related entities is consistent with 2040 initiative, including the impact on housing, forestry, and agricultural land uses. Acquiring buffer land is an action specified in DEQ's record of decision from the DEQ cleanup program for the landfill. Property purchases as buffer around the landfill, in quotes, is identified as one of the remedies for groundwater contamination.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3, please.
And Sam, am I able to make that clarification comment before we poll here?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to restate that I appreciate the addition of the transparency statement. I think that only helps this. But I don't know that it really aligns with where this recommendation originally kind of came from, which really was to ask the county to look at, you know, it's our community development process, it's our zoning process, it's our planning process, and that's why the nod to the 2040 initiative. Thank you, John Collins. It is also, I think the word consistent is the word that we intended to have here, and it really is for the county to look at, you know, after looking at 50 years of these documents, what are the long-term planning implications of the impact of the landfill on housing, forestry, and agricultural land uses? And it's just a measure of what would be appropriate planning. The second statement really attempts to try that to the DEQ requirements of those buffer lands so that there's an acknowledgement in that space. I don't know that our intent really was leaning into transparency of land ownership, and it was definitely not leaning into the space of, you know, interfering with land, private land transactions. So I would say that perhaps we've gotten a little outside of the scope of what was really intended with this recommendation.
So
I think that, you know, coming from our subcommittee, and there are, you know, Jeff is here in this space also with us. But Ed and I and Mark Agers not with us presently today. This is still the intent, what we were looking at, which is really the county. We'd like you to look at the planning implications of this as it relates to all of these other factors, including the DEQ requirement of buffer lands for the landfill. If we would like to add the second or the addition that Russ had recommended, that's a nice add to this, but it's a little bit outside of the scope of this original intent.
Okay, I'm trying to operationalize this into a poll. Are you making any suggestions to the language that appears under real-time draft revision 4.3 that has no numbers next to it?
So I am not. I
Okay.
was just hoping to help clarify the intent of this recommendation, why we made it, and the scope of what it really was involving.
Great. So let's go 1, 2, or 3 on this.
On which one, Sam?
This yours. There's only one on the screen.
The original
It's the original, but it's been copy and pasted here.
down there. Thank you.
The only change is 2040 initiative.
Yeah. All right, Chuck, is it 2? Liz and Marge are 1s. Russ and Sean are 3s. We have John, Ryan, Mary, Ed, and Catherine as 1s. And Louisa, so Andrew is a 1, Louisa is a 2.
8, 2, 2.
So I need to compare them to see how robust the 2 are side by side. So the first, which is the Republic Amendment, has the more robust. It has 9, 1, and 2 versus 8, 2, and 2. Let's see, this is the first. Let me figure out what to do with this. So there can be 2s either way. There's two twos either way. Well, we'll put both in. So, one below the other, so everyone can see and people can make their own mind up what that means. All right. Absent the issues that Ed is going to raise, it is 3:00 and let's take a 10-minute, it's 3:05, let's take a 10-minute break to 3:15. Ten-second warning, folks, 10-second warning.
It's been really great.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
We're gonna.
I only have one extra thing.
Use two in yours. Sean, did you need some?
I only have
Here we go, folks. Order in court, hearing, hearing, order in court, hearing, hearing. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming back promptly. So next up are findings where there is any member voted a 3. Findings where there are any 3s. According to my tally sheet, there are no SMMP findings where anyone voted a 3. For the landfill size and capacity and life, we have 4 findings where at least one person voted a 3. So we are on LSCL F13. LSCL F13.
Say that again.
I'd be happy to. LSCL F13. LSCL F13. And we had 10 ones, 1 2, and 2 3s. So are these 2 Republic 3s because you would like to add a sentence to it, if I'm reading this correctly?
Well, and make an adjustment, the 57% stat snuck its way back in somehow. The suggestion that I think was submitted actually makes reference to a 2021 EPA GHG report, talks about efficiency of 91.2%. And then I think there was a comment during the public comments earlier that suggested it wasn't available. We've got the URL right here. It's a long one, but we could kick it to someone if somebody wanted to put it on the screen. It is very much on EPA's website.
And these reports have been reviewed for other purposes in the site life subcommittee meeting as well, the GHG reports.
So the sentence we're suggesting in lieu of 57% is Republic provided data EPA for inclusion in the 21 GHG report. The estimated landfill's gas collection system had an efficiency of 91.2%.
And that would be helpful, Ginger, if you have the URL to email the URL to Greg and Daniel. I want to make sure they're listening here just a second.
Send it in chat too. Make it easier.
Or put it in the chat. And then we can add that chat to the screen, so you have a citation. And then the person who voted a 2 indicated, does collection system refer to monitoring, collection, and treatment, or just monitoring of landfill gas? Perhaps Benton County can obtain more recent gas monitoring, collection, and treatment results from DEQ. So who was, anyone present voted the 2 with the suggestion about getting a more recent gas monitoring information from DEQ? Audrey?
Yeah, that was my comment because Oregon in October 2021 passed, the Environmental Quality Commission adopted rules regulating landfill gas emissions. And some of the preliminary reports are starting to come in. So I'm wondering why we're referencing EPA when we have a state requirement also. And so just recommending that in the future, if you want to, maybe it's part of this MP effort, try looking at the Oregon regulations, not necessarily the EPA regulations.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay, so I want to clarify between the finding and the recommendation. Right now, we're in findings, but if this needs a companion recommendation that talks about DEQ versus EPA, we're going to have to deal with that after we get through this finding. And have we been able to plug in? Oh, yes, you have. Okay, you've plugged in the URL for that. And Ginger, is there a specific place that you would know to? If we opened up that link, we could see the number
Yes.
91.2.
And then go down to nearest the bottom of the report, you will see a subtitle box called Methane Generation and Emissions Values. And then the first line item under that is estimated gas collection efficiency, HH3, 0.912365 decimal
Okay,
fraction.
let's open it up first, just in case not everyone was writing down that number.
In case I sent you a bogus link.
Are we trying to open up this thing?
I opened the link now, sorry, we're on.
Scroll almost to the
So
bottom.
scroll almost to the bottom, and you will see a subhead that says methane generation and emission values.
Christine, yeah, would you open it?
Do you have it, Craig?
Yep, there's. Share this.
And where are you seeing this?
Right under the gray subhead that is highlighted, first line, estimated gas collection efficiency, HH3, 91.2365,
Approximately,
approximately, roughly,
roughly.
best guess.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question about that?
Sure.
Okay, so how come I hear reports of flaring?
Flaring's a common practice.
But it seems to me that that would counter 91% efficiency. If there was flaring happening.
No, flaring is part of gases. Flaring is a tool for
It's part of the conversation.
Chuck?
I just want to say thank you for that, because only thing I could find was the other ones, Arlington and your one up in Roosevelt, they were up to 90% too, and I couldn't figure out why Carlton was at 50%, so I appreciate you clarifying that.
Okay, any other discussion? So the first poll will be on the highlighted section where Daniel's cursor is. And it looks like you need to make an edit there. I'm not sure.
So this is the revised language that was proposed. The center of the screen.
Well, you have 91.2, so they can't be the same.
We're suggesting 57% needs to go away. Now, we did not suggest specific edits.
So just delete the sentence starting in 2019.
Well, the additional sentences in reference to 2021, so
So they're not, you're not, does the 2019 one say 57%?
I don't know the answer to that, Sean. Sam, I'd have to check that. I'm happy to check.
Okay, so I'm
I
just
think
trying,
there's two different reports, if I recall from the subcommittee discussion.
and so that's what I'm trying to say. This isn't a replacement, it's 2 different years. So,
It is 2 different years. What I don't know is if it's apples and apples.
Right.
And the subcommittee say where they got that number and they show up.
Run that URL.
while you're checking, while we will put it here, who's driving this one, Daniel, or Greg? Greg, so below that, add a box that's going to be for a recommendation. A potential recommendation. We'll figure out what the number is in a minute, but it's LSCLR-X for now. And that is, Audrey, this is where you come into play. You had a proposal that when looking at this kind of data, that you should look at the DEQ's data. Is that in lieu of EPA or both? You're looking at both EPA and DEQ or just DEQ by way of a recommendation when looking at the gas collection system operation efficiency?
I don't know the purpose behind the EPA data. The DEQ data is to be used eventually to look at collection and control. So because the regulations require first collect information on what's there and then second look at where control is going to be needed. So the first part is the emissions estimates, then collection and control. So that's what I was thinking, is that if the county is trying to look at how to reduce climate change impacts, you would look at the Oregon requirements that might require reductions.
Okay, so could you form up a reasonable recommendation that captures that thought?
Okay, but I don't know enough about what the EPA data is for.
Right, you would just be speaking to the DEQ data.
Yes. Do you need me to do it like right now?
He gave me like 10 minutes.
At meeting 17.
And I don't know how this compares, but we have the report on our webpage, and both Brian and I just found it. For 2021, the total metric tons of CO2 equivalent reported for Coffin Butte was 58,625. I don't know if that's useful for what this finding is talking about.
In fact, so given that, it might be helpful just to make this a finding that it, that, let's see.
So I guess the finding, I would say the finding would be in Oregon DEQ adopted regulations in 2021 that require reporting and eventually collection and control of greenhouse gases. The recommendation might be do a comparison between what EPA requires and DEQ requires to identify if the any county recommendation.
Okay, so let's back up to the finding to nail that, so Greg can pick a line to type in, and so finish.
Sorry, Greg.
Okay, so the finding that you,
DEQ adopted DEQ regulations, Oregon adopted regulations for greenhouse gas reporting in 2021 for, under their air quality permit program. The first requirement is to calculate emissions, and then in the future, collection and control will be identified. And if you want to, as a finding, you could say 2021 emissions are reported at 58,625 metric ton CO2 equivalent. Were you gonna say something, Brian, that might clarify it? Oh, there's data from, the reporting is from 2010 to 2021, so you can do a comparison over time.
Brian, you might, if you got that URL, you might kick it to them so they can drop it and find it.
Oh, that's like so brilliant.
That's one in a row for Russ.
Say we cannot nail down that 57%.
It wasn't our number. It didn't come from
Okay.
our representatives on the subcommittee meeting. And I know Daniel was looking as well because he represented that subcommittee and we can't find a link for it.
We went to the citation that was referenced in the subcommittee document. There wasn't like a link to the actual source document, and I can't find it online. Yeah, 50%, 57% number on that.
And then I think the recommendation is just fine, like compare DEQ versus EPA and identify what the county wants to recommend.
Or compare and consider even. Yeah.
is that it?
Yeah. That's right. All right, so let's go back up to the finding that it has two sentences. In it, the first I'll call the 57% efficiency percentage, which is 2019 to the EPA. The second is Republic to EPA for 2021. So I feel like we need to take these sentences one at a time here. Otherwise, we're going to be doing multiple combinations. So the first poll I'm going to ask about is the first sentence, Greg.
So the original.
The first sentence of the original. Okay. So first sentence of the original, 1, 2, or 3.
The original at 57%.
The sentence that you see on the screen, yes, the original at 57%. So we have Chuck a 3, Liz a 3, Marge a 1, Republic, Russ and Sean are both 3s. John, where are you, buddy? John is a 3.
Ryan's a 2, Mary, Ed, Catherine are 1s.
So what do we have on that?
Oh, yes, Louisa and Andrew.
Sorry, what are we, is it the original one or the added stuff?
It's the first sentence of the original one that's in yellow on the screen.
Okay.
Andrew is a 2, as is Louisa. And totals, please?
435.
435, okay. Let's put that in there for placeholder. Now let's do number 2, highlight number 2, which is the highlighting, please, the sentence below it.
This is the public services modification.
Well, you have it right below where you have yellow now. So can you separate?
This is Audrey's suggestion.
Oh, that's a, fine, okay, so yes, the second sentence. Yeah, and you're gonna have to copy that and paste it below in a row, so
This is its own.
That's it. Yes,
So Sam, to clarify, this is just on that sentence?
let me get there, get it stabilized on the screen and document, and then we will see how this looks to make sure we do it. So this is just the second sentence, just the language in yellow. The public services provided data for EPA for inclusion in 2021, 1, 2, or 3. So we have Chuck 1, Liz 1. Marge is present. We have Mary and Ed voting 2s. Everyone else in the room is voting. Catherine, your vote, please. And 1.
I lost my computer, so I'm a little lost.
Louisa,
So are we voting that this is the only sentence for the whole finding, or this is added to it?
it is a standalone sentence as it is. Louisa's 2, Andrew is 1. So what's the polling on that?
Gary, do you have one?
Mary had 2.
Got 830 with 1 present.
Shannon? Okay, so that passes. Does anyone have a desire to vote on the combination of both those together?
Yes.
Okay, so now do another row, please, that has both sentences together. So it would be copying that first whole thing. Okay. So this is both together, 1, 2, or 3, please, both together. Both statements together, the 2019 at 57 plus the 221 at 91.2. So we have Chuck and Liz are 3, Marge is present. We have Russ and Sean at a 3. The rest of the members in the room are 1s. And Louisa is a 1, and Andrew is a 2.
Marge, were you voting present?
Present, she's voting present.
1 for with 1 present.
Okay, so
So 2 under 1 and then both.
okay, so, well, we're gonna put all 3 in there, one below the other, in the final report and show these tallies. So, first one, which was, I'm sorry to say, I want to say this and then I'll promise to get to you. So right now, as I'm understanding the balloting, the first one, which was 57%, had 4, 3, and 5. The second one, which was the 91.2%, was 8, 3, and 0. And the combination was 6, 1, 4. Yes, Liz.
I would be okay with having the 57% in there for 2019 if we could cite where they got that from, but I don't feel comfortable putting percentages in years as if they were fact when we don't have anywhere to cite it.
Okay.
That's our primary concern. I can't even explain what it is.
Okay, so we have to put in, gentlemen. We've put in a footnote here in the notes, on here, that, it's a function of getting a citation for the 57%. Louisa?
I mean, to me, it just seems like there's two different things. Do we really even need this? But I don't know. That's just my thought. I just don't, I think that if we had the citation, that would be helpful too. But it just seems like a weird weird finding and not, I don't know what the purpose of it is totally, but that's me.
I see Ken is on the line and I know it's a burden, Ken, but if maybe during the dinner break, you could, if you can find that 57, well, the 50 percentile number, 57% efficiency and a citation, and maybe email that to Daniel, and then I can come back and look at this first thing after dinner. So we should keep that out as something to come back to. All right, F16, so LSCL F16. So we had one person voting a 3, indicating the formal county approval of cell 6 has not been identified or confirmed. It is not accurate. So who would like to say something about that? Yes, Ed.
This is the one I'm going to suggest alternate language for.
Okay.
So you can go through, what's here, but at some point I'd like to get to that.
Were you the 3 on this?
No, I wasn't the 3.
Okay.
I was the 2.
I was not.
Good. Do you have a comment though?
No, thank you. I'll control my hand movements from here.
No, it's your name tag. It's your name tag.
Oh, my name tag.
And that's what I was queuing in on.
Thank you.
All right, so we don't have the person who polled the 3.
We do. No, I'm sorry. I thought you heard me. I just didn't.
You were the one that voted a 3?
Got some language suggestions.
Okay. So let's just start, Catherine, I suspect we're gonna need several, whoever's up to bat here, we're gonna need several things we're gonna pull on here, so we can get that copy and paste it in here. So we can start with one of them. So Ed, you had a suggestion first, so please, what would be your friendly amendment to that?
it involves both finding 16 and finding F37. Excuse me, F, yeah. Draft 6, they have different nomenclature. And what this what I'm trying to do is make it clear what the capacity longevities are, and also the status of the CUP, and also the progress that Valley Landfills is making. Put it all in one spot instead of spread 20 findings apart. So can I try to read this?
Go.
Yeah,
What
you
you
said
shared
it
earlier, right?
Yes. Yeah. Prior to 2003, the airspace capacity was 13,100,000 cubic yards. This increased 69% to 22,100,000 cubic yards in 2003, when the county approved the addition of the west and east triangle areas for disposal. If approved by the county, the proposed cell 6 would add 13,400,000 cubic yards of airspace for a total of 35,500,000 cubic yards of disposal capacity. A 170% increase in permitted landfill space since 2003. The expected landfill longevity is 2 to 3 years, parentheses, 2025, without cell 6 being constructed, and 14 to 16 years, from 2037 to 2040, if cell 6 is approved and operational in 2025. Valley Landfills anticipates it will no longer be able to place waste in cell 5 by mid-year 2025. That excavation of the footprint of cell 6 within the current rock quarry is scheduled to begin in spring of 2023, with completion in spring 2025. I don't think I'd really add anything except the percentage increase. Everything else was just taking 2 places and putting it in one. And what I was reacting to was the TV spot last Thursday in this podcast, where I really couldn't tell whether cell 6 had already been approved. And I just was very confused, and it doesn't say, well, cell 6 has been approved in either one of these spots. It opens the question. So I'm just trying to get it clear what's in the report. I don't really care about the correcting a podcast or a TV spot. But I just had to get my head around, what are we really talking about?
Okay, so there's a couple things, and Greg, you'll be the spokesperson for this. I believe there is a finding and or a recommendation wherein the legal subcommittee believes that cell 6 wasn't approved. Is that correct?
There is a finding for that.
Okay.
I understand that one, but we don't have the LSCL person here anymore, at least the lead public member. But that's what they ended up with, is questioning whether there was the formal county approval of cell 6 as a disposal area has not been identified or confirmed. That was in finding 16. When the public members of CUP got to look at this same question of cell 6, we disagree with the legal committee also.
Right. So does this language here that's in yellow now on the screen, which is what you were reading, it doesn't say anything about the approval or disapproval. It is really, I'm tracking this, a place to give the dates and numbers and predictions of how all this would play out, regardless if it's been approved or disapproved. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Correct, and put it in one spot.
And then where were the other spots that you, if you will, borrowed from that would no longer then, I'm assuming, be necessary?
It's just, they're all taking, it's just finding 16 in LSCL and finding LSCL F37.
$37 and $16, you're right, okay,
So
so,
isn't R6 applicable to?
well, we're still in findings, we'd have to go back to R6. All right, so if the work group approves the language,
Can it go back up?
So I'm just showing that's 37. That was mentioned. Let's go back to it.
okay, so,
Ready, sorry. This is F37 that Ed just mentioned.
Yeah.
so we wouldn't need this, we would not need this one if this new proposal was placed there. Is that what you're suggesting, Ed?
Yes.
Okay,
Sam, can you go back to the new proposal for a second?
to go to what?
Can we give everybody 34 seconds or?
Oh, well,
20 more
absolutely,
replays?
yeah.
Catherine's got a point. This was sent out this morning quite late, so if you do have email access, you can see it on your computer.
Yeah, it's just trying to digest it in real time.
It's really hard, sorry.
Okay, I mean, on the surface, it does seem that F37 has been subsumed into our F16 here, so let's go back to that. There it is. And so your proposal then, this is really a cut, I mean, this is a substitute for the language above it here.
It's a substitute and inclusion, yes.
Right.
Can I make a quick comment?
Please.
All right, don't have any attack. I think just for clarity of what the subcommittee had talked about, this came up, this issue of, how to include various concepts into different findings, recommendations. This one specifically, I believe, had the sort of duality of calling out the change in airspace versus what is the actual timeline for the landfill expected to be. And I believe the subcommittee was worried about crunching them together so that important details weren't lost, which is why the two were separate and within their own sections, one being about the longevity of the landfill, one being about details about change in landfill capacity. So just for history of what the subcommittee talked about, so that information wasn't lost.
So this comment isn't for or against any of this. On the surface, my reaction is that people are going to ask the questions that this answers, that this particular newly proposed finding answers. So there's an advantage of having, when the question comes up, well, when is the current one going to close? When is the quarry going to open? So you start filling in, how much time do we have? Restated, do we need an expansion based on when these things are happening or not? And so the idea of having things in one place has advantages as well. My thoughts, Ginger.
Yeah, I understand the context of things being in one place, and I think that is a really, really valid suggestion. However, as Daniel just alluded to a moment ago, the landfill and site life subcommittee spent an extraordinary amount of time looking at this issue of permitted versus actual airspace. And out of respect for the subcommittee's discussions, you know, we separated those for very, very specific reasons. Prior to 2003, you know, you have to keep in mind that we've been looking at data that goes back 20, 30 years, and we've been looking at modern day reporting. So prior to 2003, the only thing that was reported was in the early 2000s, talk about remaining airspace. The more recent documents talk about total airspace, which includes both remaining and what has already been filled or used. So when we try to combine numbers and data that takes into account something that happened in the 90s and the early 2000s with the way the recent reporting requirements are, it gives an incorrect, not apples to apples comparison. And so that's why just it's problematic to combine the numbers in this way, because it's not reflective of how airspace was reported and the changing requirements over the years, which is why the subcommittee, when it delved into this issue, really worked to separate those two concepts.
Okay. Any other comments on this? All right, so let's go back up to the original F. Yes,
Sam,
yes.
I know I'm not a voting member, but what about moving F-37 closer to F-16? Because they are related. Was there a reason F-37 is so far away?
So I think for purposes of just plowing through, that I think that would throw us off entirely about which number we're at for like tonight, but for a final report.
Okay. All right, well, let's take the one, let's keep them separate for this first round. So we're on F-16, we had 10 twos, 10 ones, 2 twos, and 1 3. No one, the person who had voted 3 is not speaking to that 3. So let's
That's
see.
not true. I said I would.
Oh,
and I
you did.
remember I said I had suggested edits as well.
Okay, so you're the 3 on that. Okay. So what is your suggested edit to this one?
So striking what would be the third sentence, the formal county approval of cell 6's disposal has not been identified or confirmed. Suggested language is the county should clarify when formal approval of cell 6 as a waste, or excuse me, as a disposal area was granted. LLU F23 provides more.
Slow down a
information.
little bit, Russ, so you can catch up.
I'll start at the top. So suggesting deleting the third sentence that begins the formal county approval of cell 6 as disposal area, and replacing it with the county should clarify when formal approval of cell 6 as a disposal area was granted, period. LLU F23 provides more information on this matter, period. Which that language tracks with R6.
So we've got to pick up the pace here, folks, and I think I'll pull on this, Marge.
Oh, okay, I thought you were done with this. I have a comment right after you were done with this.
On this polling, because I'm going to pull on this next. Okay, so we're going to pull on, if you get highlighted in yellow, where your cursor is, that is what we are pulling on. So really, the change here is from removing the Benton County approval of 6 as a disposal area has not been identified or confirmed to the county should clarify when formal approval is. This is recognizing that we have conflicting subcommittee reports. We have the legal subcommittee saying it was. We have the CUP subcommittee saying the records don't show that. Correct?
Yeah, and, here we go with the bias again, and the LLU position gets put in there, but the CUP position doesn't get put in there. So it really gets pretty frustrating. because it's the same thing.
That's an easy fix by adding the CUP concomitant finding and recommendation.
And the comments that we've made to LLUF, because we were very direct in saying that there is no record of a 6 in that location. If you go back to the drawing that
Okay.
LLU found it.
We don't need to argue it. I just want to say, would it help if we put in your specific CUP findings and recommendations on this issue?
That and the critique that we made of LLUF 23.
Okay, so let's put language in here that says that. And so I would put, Greg, where it says LLUF 20, put C LLUF 23, comma, and then we'll string cite the rest of these. So C LLU. No, you would have the word C before LLU.
Start
Start the sentence.
And do you happen to have that handy?
I'll have to dig that out.
Okay, and CUPX, and then, detailed rebuttal.
Sam, could I also
Please.
suggest that we use the word whether, not when, which is an assumption that that approval has been made. And I just know that when we look at the maps that were provided in some of the land use historical documents that we reviewed, that was inconclusive, and that's part of the challenge is we were not able to find when. The question still remains whether. And I think that's the question we're asking, not a matter of when.
Okay, so and we'll see if we can get there here, but I think we have dealt with this issue of and have a disagreement between two subcommittees on whether and if so, when did this thing happen? We don't need to bring it up again and again in subsequent findings. This particular finding is really speaking to capacity. And so I'm wondering if we are again trying to relitigate this issue of really just providing numbers and capacity issues by adding in this same issue that we already know is in dispute. So restated, why do we have to have anything in there about the stuff that's struck or proposed? We already know it's in dispute. Right? This is adding nothing new, correct?
I'm fine with that, but we were adding something new and that changed the narrative of this.
Right, well, I'm
conversation,
suggesting
so
both go out.
I'm personally fine with that.
Okay. Can Republic live with that? That we've already had this.
Say it again, please.
Okay, the issue of whether.
Just the edits. I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Your suggested edits, can you
The suggested edits would be removing all this language. Greg, can you just, all that would be removed. We're not saying anything about whether or not it was approved or disapproved and whether they should look at it or not. We've already
What
covered.
about the preceding season, sentence, it's got the strike through?
gone.
Could we just call that up so we can look at it holistically real fast, please? So
Call it up.
So they
just do,
just the two black sentences,
Yeah.
let me drive. The two sentences that are in black text is a standalone proposal.
This one. This one is deleted.
Okay. We're just talking about numbers here and dates.
See you later.
So I'm gonna pull on that. I think this. 1, 2, or 3 on the stuff that's in yellow. Chuck 1, Liz 1, Marge 1, Russ 1, Sean 1.
Let me just clarify, I don't, again, have my computer and I can't see, so what you basically left is what Ed proposed and you've stricken the last there, that's helpful, but it's still.
No, this is nothing of Ed's.
There's no consolidation.
So I stepped out that, I apologize.
So there's no consolidation at this point. We're taking the naked finding about capacity. So Ed and Catherine, your poll, please. All members in the room vote 1. Louisa and Andrew, 1, 1. All right. There was a possible friendly amendment. Ed, how would this work with you? If, as I understand it, F-37 was moved closer up, like maybe becomes F-17, would that help with that process?
Sure, we're just trying to communicate to the public, and having it one after the other would be the kind of thing that helps.
Okay, so is there any opposition? And we won't do this in real time now, so as to not impact our polling and what have you, but is there any opposition to making the current F-37 F-17? Any opposition to that? Marge?
Oh, no.
Which one's that,
I
37?
want to say something when you're done.
Yeah, well, that's right. So show F-37.
Resize this.
So this would just move to a different location.
Yeah, and we're not changing the substance of it, we're just moving it up so the reader can track it more readily. All right, seeing no opposition to that, we'll move that offline without a poll, because it doesn't affect substance. Marge, you're up.
Okay, I have received the citation for the 57%.
Okay, let's go back to that.
Okay, so it's from a document called Proposed Oregon Amended State Plan to Implement Emissions Guidelines for Municipal Solid Waste Landfills. It's dated August 1st, 2019, and I'm referred to page 6. And there it says coffin. Okay, sorry. Just lost my place. Page 7, sorry. Coffin view that under gas, in a table under gas collection and control, it says 57% collected, 98% destruction. I have emailed to Daniel this document, so he is much more facile at typing stuff than me.
Ben, you want to get that and tee that up for us? And I'm trying to see what we would do with that. Oops,
So Anna's gonna share. Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I got it from Ken now, so if he's behind and you want.
Thanks, Ken. Okay, so then the question becomes, is there a way to drop that link to this document in a place consistent with this? I think we took 3 polls on this.
So there's a link at the top of the document. It doesn't go to a web page. It goes to like a direct download. You click the link and it automatically downloads the PDF, which could be included if needed, but it's not a web page.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is to capture the source of the 57% issue. And it also talks about 98% destruction. Do we know what that means, Audrey? Do you know the difference between collection and destruction in EPA land?
So collection of gas is how you, I mean, when you have a landfill, right, it's got a liner, waste is put into it, and then you try to figure out where the gas is coming from. And so when you're trying to collect the gas, you're trying to figure out ways to have piping and systems in place that will identify how much gas is coming out of that landfill. So the 50% collection is making an estimate that the tubing, and somebody correct me on the technology piece of it, is that the way the vents and the piping across the top of the landfill is collecting gas. So it's a 57% is estimated to be collected. And then when it goes through the flare, that's where the 98% destruction comes in.
And so does this mean that only 2% is being used to run the generators?
I do not know the answer to that because I don't know how the system's set up there.
First time we've seen the reports are, I simply don't know where the state data came from. But in theory, the answer should be no to that.
Should reference it in that report of the data.
Excuse me, Liz?
I would hope they reference where they got the data from in the report somewhere.
It's also saying it's the engines and the generators with the backup flare. So the 98% destruction is probably a combination of the engines and the generators and the backup flare.
Okay, so we need to put a citation to this document in the 3, wherever 57% shows, so.
Can you do a footnote?
The footnotes in this document are clunky for reproduction purposes, so I'm thinking we need to put it in the actual document itself.
Let's see. 40 CFR.
And we like this, Russ and then Chuck.
I think the language around 57% refers back to EPA. It'd be worth double checking that, and if that's correct, then I'd suggest it gets updated to DEQ, excuse me.
Okay, we're gonna make one of these things at a time, so we don't give them nervous breakdowns, which involve workers' comp stress claims, and one thing leads to another. So hopefully someone will share the screen when you're ready to show when. We'll do that. Okay. All right.
Everyone's on the edge of their seat. See this.
I'm on the edge of a coma.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, now my suggestion is wherever the 57% factor goes in, 57% efficiency factor. But it's actually not efficiency, it said collection. So is collection a synonym for efficiency? So we need to correct this statement then. So the actual document said 57% collection, did it not? So I think we need to make it consistent with what the document says, absent information to the contrary, we should be quoting the document.
Doesn't this though verify the 57% in the report? Because it's the gas collection system that we're talking about in the.
So the distinction that I believe that we're playing with here is initially it said, it talked about 57% efficiency. And that 57% above it, it talks about collection, not efficiency. And I'm wondering if there's a distinction between.
Are you looking at the red text?
I don't have it in front of me now, it was on the screen previously.
Because what it says is landfill gas collection systems are another tool to lessen the greenhouse gas impact, but do not remediate it. In 2019, the EPA estimated that Coffin View landfill's gas collection system operates at 57% efficiency. So don't these numbers say that? 57% is collected, would that not be efficiency?
I'm asking the question, so we need to see the document again that were used, that was sent in to see what it says before we can make changes, if any, to what's on the screen.
Collects 57%.
Right, that's what I'm focusing on. I don't see the word efficiency on this document. I'm asking is what that means. Is there a difference between collected, destruction, and efficiency? And so I'm just trying to
And
make it
you're a
accurate.
lawyer, Sam.
I am not I only play one on TV now. And it's the very, very short, like YouTube, TikTok video kinds of things. And I'm certainly not an engineer. I'm just asking, it said, I don't see the word efficiency here.
Right.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
So maybe if we could add that, and also that maybe we could change it as Coffin View landfill gas collection system collects 57%.
So whatever,
Yes.
I'm just trying to make it accurate. Chuck?
I agree that one report doesn't mean it's redundancy. That report is 2019, so if you really want to figure this out completely, you got to look at apples to apples, oranges to oranges with both reports in gas situation. So if you
I
want
this
if
step.
one stands at 2019 is one thing and the other one stands at another thing, that's fine, but to compare the two, to saying they're the same. Is,
Okay,
I
Chuck,
think
that's
it's-
what we're trying to do. We're trying to establish apples to apples. And I think Republic's number, 97, 99%, refers to destruction, not to
If I may,
gas collection.
I think what we're trying to say is we don't know that we're gonna get apples today, because we haven't seen the report behind 57% or where the data came from. I like the suggestion of just referring to it as it's worded on the document, collection. I mean, in a broader sense, efficiency is the totality of the system versus the well that's just
So we
collecting the
could say
gas.
57% collect.
We can live with 57% collected, and then I just, for clarification, again, restate it, make it known, it's a DE.
DEQ
DEQ report, yes, versus EPA. In there, and let's keep trucking.
Okay, so look at, I'll let you finish typing. Okay, I promise to get Luis in a minute. I am, so the language that has been added, Oregon DEQ estimated. No, it's not Oregon DEQ that estimated 57%.
It was reported from DEQ to
That is
EPA.
Oregon DEQ?
Yeah.
Well, why did we have EPA previously?
Well, we had to report. as
Okay, one
far
at a
as-
time, folks. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Raise your hand, so please tell me, what does that say?
Well, okay, this was the 57%, I believe, was the DEQ's report to the EPA. So it was.
Is that
DEQ sending
correct?
information to the EPA.
Okay. So can we take this language, Oregon DEQ estimated that the landfill control engine generators backup flare collected 57% in the citation. Can we add that sentence to to all the other votes here that have 57% in it? Because if we're changing it in one place, we should change it in all three. And then the question becomes, is that gonna change anyone's vote? So I think we have to add it in all places. So the hot stuff that you have in yellow needs to be copied and pasted in the one below it. Okay. And then that one where your cursor is now. Now, does the addition of the yellow language change anyone's polling from before? Somehow my screen is being covered by that, so I can't see. Audrey,
Before you take a poll, I'm wondering if there's another, if that. So Russ or somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you provided data to DEQ, not to EPA.
Okay. Submitted to
2021.
US EPA by Oregon Department of Environmental Quality.
I see your point. I think, yes, we can tighten that up, but it is an EPA website that is the source.
Okay.
So to state federal authorities.
So it got provided to DEQ, which then uploaded it to EPA. Is that correct? Or was it our?
Yes, I believe that that's accurate.
okay, so someone just. About that. Okay, so you're editing the second sentence below it here.
Yeah.
To say Republic Services provided data at Oregon DEQ for inclusion in EPA's 2021 greenhouse gas. Okay, everyone seems to agree that that's accurate. So we need to make that same change wherever that appears. While they're doing that, Louisa, thank you for your patience, your comment or suggestion.
Well, it just seems like since it's controversial, could we have a third party, like the consultant that's going to be looking at things, evaluate this and come up with the most accurate and updated information?
So that you mean for the SMMP, because the
Yeah.
SMMP is probably looking at site life. Dan, do you have anything in the SMMP work scope for the consultant or consultants that are doing that to reaffirm site life?
Let me check.
I'd like for.
What are we talking about? Site life for emissions?
Yeah. What?
Well, I'm sorry. You are correct. Emissions, to confirm emissions.
Let me double check.
Okay, there was a comment here.
No, I think we did, but I'm glad Daniel's checked.
I think so too.
Okay.
And that would address what Louise is suggesting, because that's a
Right.
recommendation.
Right, if that's already there, then we can do that. So the presenting question here is the addition of these two clarifications, does it change anyone's polling? So we added the citation and clarified the language about collection from the 2019 submittal. And then we made it clear that what Republic Services provided to the Oregon DEQ is what happened in 2021. Does that change anyone's vote? Is there anyone who was a 3 who is now going to change their vote to a 2?
I'll do that.
Okay, we'll have to re-poll then. So new piece of paper.
Which one are we gonna vote on?
We are going to poll on what you see on the screen here, which I'm trying to figure out what number this is. What finding or recommendation is this?
LSCL F13.
F13, so we had 3 polls on F13. We are going to take them in the order they appear on the screen. So it's
Just go on what you just said.
It is on this. Okay, then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. We had 3 polls that were all going into the report. Okay. So we need to poll again on the addition of this language.
In addition to the language that clarifies the 2019 EPA. I mean,
Yes. That's what that is doing on this one.
that's number 2. I can't see it.
Marge Pop, come on down. The price is right.
The differences between those 3 might be helpful to explain.
Yeah, what's the difference?
So-
How about saying what the difference is?
The first one,
If you're writing them, you explain them.
you're right. And I think the first one only talks about the 57%. The second one only talks about the 91%, and the third one
Is the
has
combo.
both.
The third one is the combo.
Right.
Okay, I mean, can't we vote on that?
Let's vote on the combo.
Thank you, Marge.
Okay, vote on the combo, so call it, it's a combo, it's number 3, see if that prevails. All right. Every member in the room votes 1, Louisa. 2, Andrew,
Andrew's not showing anymore.
Andrew went out to some bar. He voted once. You know what? All right. So I'm gonna make the proposal that that is the only one we are going forward with in the report. All the rest of those polls are now muted and scooted by that document. All right,
No one showed their cards one more time. Apologies.
everyone voted one in the room.
Okay, thank you. So 11-1.
All right,
So Sam, again, I'll just ask clarifying, because it's off the screen a little bit, I think it's still hard to see. So we are including the references to the documents. However, in this the third version that combines, right?
yes, all the references are included in what we just voted on. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so look at. We were on a roll to this last one here, which really took up a whole lot of time, useful, helpful. I'm glad we got it resolved, but we have 26 more findings where at least one person has voted a 3. So I am asking you to think carefully about these issues. We will do our best, but we really got to get in and get out. And so in order to entice you to do that, we'll feed you. And so if you can please be back promptly at 5, we're gonna take, just to make this a little more fun, we're gonna take 5 findings at the same time and try to, no, kidding. I mean, Mark, great.
Yeah. Hey, Sam?
Yes.
We proposed to do a working lunch last time. Are you gonna hold us to that?
Yeah,
Let's do working lunch.
yeah.
That makes sense.
Get your lunch, come back. So 15 minutes.
Miles to Graceland.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 4:53. And we're gonna pick off where we left off, and I just have to brag about my fitness watch. After I had my meal, I got back up to get dessert, and it flashed, great, good, nice exercise. I'm like, that's a great watch. I mean, I pay extra for that. It complimented me for moving. Little it didn't know it was towards the dessert. All right, F40. So we are still at LSCL F40. We have 11 persons voting 1 and 1 person voting a 3. So it appears to be roughly on what was page 43. And so if the person who voted a 3 is here and they care to share how, what the thought process is and what it would take in good faith for them to move to a 2, we'd love to hear it. Okay, no suggestions for 2s. So let's go to polling on this. So this is LSCL F40. 1, 2, or 3, please. And then Catherine? One, Ed?
I'm just looking at it, the site map attached to the 2002 MOU. I've just never seen a site map like that. So I'll have to do it too.
Okay. So everyone present is voting a 1. Ed is voting a 2. Louisa and Andrew. Andrew's voting a 1. Louisa? Louisa? You may have stepped away for a second, so she
Here,
not here for this
Sam, would it be
particular.
possible to link that site map to that?
Well, is there a site map? The site map attached to the 2002 MOU restricted fields. So, Daniel, this is your subcommittee. What say you about this site map attached to an MOU?
I could just provide a link to the 2002 MOU on that if it's helpful.
Okay, we should add that to the, and it's moving to a 1, if that's the case. All right. Let's move on to F42. F42.
So 11, 1, and 20.
I got 11 0. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Louisa, do you happen to be back yet? All right. All right, LSCLF. And there's 1-3.
Yeah, that would have been mine.
Okay, so what can we do here to improve this?
Use the replacement language.
Okay, so the difference there is,
The difference would be the replacement language between the quotes. The landfill was developed, has developed since 1974. It has grown in both height and size and changed in visual appearance. Although still within the landfill zone designation in 1983, the actual footprint of the landfill cells has increased as more wastes are brought to the site. It's just to try to make it easier to read.
so this is, so Daniel, you were staff on this and a member. Do you see any substantive differences here?
I think the main difference in the later renditions of this finding was that first sentence that the landfill had developed visually over time in accordance with site development plans, which I think the new version is missing, like a reference to the development being planned as opposed to just growing. I think that was the main thing that I'm noticing off the bat.
Ted, was there a reason you didn't appreciate the language in accordance with site development plan?
No. Again, I was looking at for easier reading, and trying to strip out some of the trigger words. So that's putting that back in. It should have been done that way, so there's no reason to object to it.
Okay.
That's a reasonable presumption.
Yeah. So what are you typing up on this one? Or
Greg is.
Greg is.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll invite Ginger, if you have any comments on that. I believe, if I remember correctly, you brought up the.
Yes, so Ian and I sat on this subcommittee, and what we are conveying and what we agreed as a subcommittee is that yes, obviously the landfill has developed since the 1970s, nobody's arguing that. However, the footprint of the landfill since the 1980s, the area on which we were allowed to dispose of waste has not changed. We have filled in that footprint by opening new cells and putting waste on those cells, but the boundary is what we're referring to here. So it's not accurate to say that the footprint has increased. The footprint, the acreage, the area designated for waste disposal has largely remained the same, which is why we used the language that we did. And that was language that was the consensus of the landfill site life subcommittee, which, you know, does include members of the community who are, you know, perhaps not in favor of a new CDP. So I think this is another one of those cases where, you know, you have a subcommittee that spent a lot of time working on these recommendations, working on these findings, wording them in such a way that we could, as a subcommittee, agree on that. And so I do think there is a certain level of deference and respect that should be accorded to the subcommittee when we have people who worked really, really hard, not just Ian and myself, but Ken and Chuck and Mark Yeager and Paul Neesville all work together to come up with a language.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna poll on the existing language of L.
Audrey.
Yes, Audrey? Oh, Ed.
Yeah, there's one thing I should also point out in here is the reference to regional landfill. That's still a contested item. Was in the context of 1974, regional was 3 counties. In subsequent years, it moved into a designation of a DEQ designation of regional, and those don't necessarily mix. So I have to move that whole issue of regional.
Okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying?
If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck, no matter what time it is. Okay, what I'm saying is that I respect what you're saying, but I agree with that we've spent a lot of time trying to come up with nuances, but the general consensus of the committee. And again, there was a lot of effort going into this, and I do respect it and stuff. So I understand what you're coming from. We might just say that the first one has a Dixie Mason line with colloquialisms in it, and it probably should stand as such.
Okay, I'm gonna take the poll because we're gonna have to speed up the pace of these. People have an opportunity to be heard, but we can't belabor it. So I'm taking a poll on the language that is in this red color as is. And the informal poll was 12 1s, 0 2s, and 1 3. So let's take the poll again. So we have Chuck and Liz voting 1. Marge is voting a 3.
You take out regional, this goes to 1.
Okay.
As opposed to.
You just okay with
One at a time, I need to call on people so I can track because I'm doing several things at the same time. So yes,
Apologies, pulling on the language in red, just confirming.
yes.
Thank you.
Russ and Sean are 1s. John is a 1, Ryan's a 1, Mary's a 1, Ed's a 3, Catherine's a 2. What do you?
Just one letter, it has grown.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
I'm all about good grammar.
Okay, so who would change their, so Marge indicates she would change, if we remove the word regional, she would change her vote to a 1. Would that change anyone else's vote up or down? What would that do to yours?
I'd go to a 2.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to understand about this is, Audrey, is Coffin Butte a regional landfill?
It is.
Yeah, so what's,
DEQ definition.
Can I speak to that?
okay, one at a time, add, finish.
Under DEQ definition, it currently is. It probably was under DEQ definition. I just don't know when those rules that definition came into place, but by tonnage, by 83 or 84, it probably was under above the 75,000 tons per year. The issue is community expectations. In 74, when this started, it was not a regional landfill in the context of region being used now.
Okay,
It
so,
did not service 3 states.
okay. So it's not the regional landfill that's the problem, it's the date in 1974. So we realize it is a regional landfill now. Right?
That's a piece of it, yes. But it's the context again of community expectations. What was agreed to at one point in time is no longer valid.
Okay.
Regional.
Wait, just a second. Louisa, I didn't get your poll on this, and same for Andrew. How did you poll on this? Lisa's still away. Andrew? So both of them are absent for this. Marge is up next with her
Regional
comment.
is a loaded term, and it hasn't always been a regional landfill. It was designated as a regional landfill for a short time with something called the Chemeketa Agreement, but then that faded away. And so I think that we should not muddy the water here by calling it a regional landfill in 1974. Because it changed designation shortly thereafter. So I think that we should just say its designation as a landfill in 1974.
Yeah.
So one for me.
Okay. I need to see this so I can do it. So if we take out the word regional, you would go from a 3 to 1, you would go from a 3 to a 2, as I recall.
I could go with 1.
You would go with 1?
Yeah, we need to move on.
Okay, does anyone, so the proposal is we move the word regional. So it would say is designated as a landfill in 1974. Correct? Going once, twice. So let's update the poll there. So we're taking out the word in this last poll that we just pulled on. We're taking out, yes, thank you. One at a time. And that is the poll. And Louisa, what is your vote on, can someone highlight for her what it is, which one of those rows we're voting on so she can see? That's what we're voting on, a 1, 2, or 3. A 1. Okay. Okay. So that gets us through. Okay, pardon me?
Oh,
Are you supposed to revote?
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote.
I thought we did, I mean, I just called an audible. Everyone else said they're gonna stay the same. Yeah.
Oh, no, sir, I was under the impression we were gonna revote. No, I.
Okay, let's revote. So. Okay, so 1, 2, or 3, we're removing the word regional. Okay? Please, let me just try, Chuck. 1, 2, okay, we have Chuck, Liz, Marge voting 1. We have Russ and Sean voting a 3. We have everyone voting 1. Catherine is a 2. So we have Ed, Mary, Ryan, and John voting 1s. I'll get you, Catherine, after I finish the polling. Louisa, 1, 2, or 3 on this, and she's a 1.
Andrew?
And Andrew apparently is absent for the moment. Okay, Catherine and then Daniel, and folks, we have got to hit the pedal to the metal here.
Switching comments, I'm just hoping that, so my two really was based on the site development plans, and if there's a way to reference that or link that, and that's just an ask of staff, because I'm not sure what that means, and I know that the 1993 site development plan is a conversation in our subcommittee at length on numerous instances. I do support the removal of regional landfill, and I'll just make the statement as this is a finding. I don't believe that in 1974, we would be able to conclude that Coffin Butte landfill was a regional landfill by the record in a matter of what we would identify as findings.
Okay. Daniel?
Just a quick procedural ask for folks that are recording the polling. If you could put your card in the metal slot and leave it in there until the polling is wrapped up, even after Sam calls your name, just so that we don't have to go back and ask people what their vote was. But please use that metal stand and put that at the end of the table. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So just to get us focused here on the remaining 3, we have we have 24 findings where at least one person has voted a 3. On most of those, it's one person who has voted a 3. I'm suggesting that, you know, 2 things. One, we're gonna get through all those 3s come hell or high water. I don't think we're gonna get to the recommendations and findings where there are 2s. It's gonna be a function of how long it takes us to get through these 3s on the findings. So let's hop in. We are now at land use LLU F9A, LLU F9A. Just a second, I'm trying to find it too. F9A. This is saying, no contemporaneous historical factual records seem to have been reviewed. This appears to be the current county staff's impressions, recollections of what others were thinking. This finding is extremely hard to support.
And that goes for 9B and C.
Pardon me?
It goes for 9B and C.
Okay, same thing.
Mhm.
So, Greg, can you give us a history, or not necessarily a history, but how staff went about teasing up these for consideration by the land use committee?
Sure, just 1 second. Now we get there. So now Daniel is now driving the one on the screen. So you know,
Big on him.
we switch, but I will fail to discuss. Okay, so F9A. Right, so this is a description of practice within the community development department over the last 20, 25 years. It's not based on a systematic analysis. It's based on my experience as the planning official for most of that time, and as the senior planner for the rest of that time. And the practice that has existed during that time. So it's not, there's no scientific analysis by any stretch of how those terms have been applied, but it's what that practice has been. And so this is not intended to say this is how things should be at all going forward. It's just, this is how those terms have been used.
So the operative sentence here, if I'm to get you, the operative sentence is, staff reports that in past CUP applications, the planning official commission or board has considered these factors in determining the character of the area and its extent. So it's a list of the things that you are reporting that those folks have looked to. It's not a recommendation that those are the factors. If you have above it, it's unique to each application, differ by particular effect, what have you. Liz?
I would just like to add that everybody on the legal committee added to this and looked over it. The county council did. I don't understand, this appears to be current county staff's impression or recollection of what others are thinking. I don't know what you guys did on your subcommittee, but I'm hoping it's the same thing we did on our subcommittees, which is we actually talked about everything. I hope people quit implying that there's some like shadow character pulling all the strings here. The legal subcommittee really did talk about everything and worked really hard on this. And it wasn't some conspiracy for staff to just come up with some findings. So I would just like to say that, and I would like everybody to make an effort to keep their comments polite and give people credit on their committees. And quit thinking that some evil demon is undermining everything we've come up with. That would be my comment.
All right, any other comments on this? Yes.
I wonder if, with the concerns about factual records, if there could be a reference to past planning commission reviews of, an example or something. That, because I would take the word of the folks that just spoken for the legal committee that they discussed that and they brought up times when these were the conditions or these were the things that were considered for the term seriously interfere. Would that satisfy that? I don't know.
Ed?
John, are you thinking like one example or?
Well, it obviously.
Point to a real case?
There'd be records that would say, what was considered in terms of seriously interfere. They usually cite something, right, for the rejection of or the consideration of impacts on adjacent property. Would that,
If you could just come up with one or two examples for each of the next three things, that would be fine. It would go to a one.
We're not going to be able to do that today. But
Yeah. All right, I guess I'm trying to understand what is the fear here, because there was a fear initially put forward that this work group would put together recommendations that defined these terms. That is not what this is doing. This is saying, from a historical perspective, staff reports that these are the things that people have looked at in the past. Coming up with, it's just not going to happen in the next 24 hours where people can find citation to this case or that case or what have you. So I'm suggesting you're going to vote on this without the addition of specific LLU, X, LLU, Y, that sort of, it is not going to happen. It's also making it clear that it's a function of the facts of each application. So one last comment, we're gonna go to polling on this. I have Marge's hand up.
Oh, I was just gonna comment that one fear is if you define this too narrow and things change over time as they do, then you handcuff any planning commissions in the future. And that those terms were kind of ambiguous because they were meant to be.
Right, and I'll suggest to you that saying things like staff reports that passed has considered these factors, the particular attributes of a geographic setting, including existing operations in the vicinity, those kinds of things aren't really, are not tightening anything.
Right. Okay, can you say what is the difference between 9A and 9B? What is the significance?
Two different terms, so 9, as I'm reading this, 9A is involving seriously interfere, and 9B is the area, character of the area. All right, so let's poll on F9A. Pardon me? Catherine?
Yeah, I just wonder, I really appreciate what Greg shared, and I think that helped frame 9A, B, and C, as in that this, and I'm quoting because I don't think I got it all right, but not being a systematic analysis based on experience as a senior planner, kind of rather how these terms have been used over time, because I read this finding as a little more assertive than that. And maybe framing these three together through that lens that, you know, this is historically how we've looked at these, might avoid the perception of any predetermined legal positioning down the road, but might also acknowledge the fact that this is kind of historically what we looked at. So what you said was helpful to me.
What specific edit would you suggest be added?
I would suggest that the senior planner who had that experience recommend that edit, but what you said, Greg, was just, it was generally helpful in really framing what we're trying to say here, rather than what might be interpreted as what is being said here. So I don't know if you want to go back to that place in the recording or just make a note to add those, or Greg draft up in the next 10 minutes an add-on. I don't know that I can paraphrase it accurately or appropriately.
Well, it says right now, staff reports that in past applications has considered factors such as, I don't know how.
So I think maybe that, so this is not intended, what I wrote is this is not intended to say this is how it should be, but rather how these terms have been used over time. That leaves that ambiguity still in place while we make these findings, which findings could be again subjective in this case. So it was just helpful in that, you know, in Greg's experience as that senior planner, this is kind of historically how that's done. I don't think we lead well with that in these statements, and it leaves that space of, you know, like the comment that Mark made about it, and making sure that we secure that each application is specific to these particular interpretations.
So if I could offer, thanks.
Yes.
for the comments. So the reason these are 9A, B, C, and D, or however many are, is they're couched under F9, and F9 has some of that language that you're talking about. I don't know if it fully addresses what you're looking for, but particularly the last couple sentences of F9.
Yeah, so look, that are highlighted there. They are not recommendations in how the planning commission and board should interpret future applications. Restated, each body fully retains its flexibility in interpreting those terms and in the context of specific applications before it.
Would it be helpful then just to add, please see F9 above? for the context of 9A, and then also put a similar, kind of a redirect, so folks, because that was off my screen and it's not highlighted in red, so I didn't take that to 9A when I was reading it.
We just have got to get a solution to this, so.
I think it much depends on formatting. So the way this was originally structured, before we put everything into tables with intervening cells, 9A was the header, 9 was the header, 9A was a subset below that, so it was very clear. I think we can do a reference to it, or in the final document, final report, if you look at it, the formatting is like I described, where the F9 is the main paragraph and 9A sub paragraph indented below it is 9A. So I think that structurally makes clear the relationship.
Ed?
I can move from a 3 to a 1, just with that last part. They are not recommendations on the planning commission, et cetera. If you either embed that in the next 3 sections, or you put under 9, you have a 9A, B, and a C, which is just a longer process. So either way works for me. It's just the idea that, this isn't definitive. To be definitive, to me, it needs the data.
All right, so we're gonna take the word, the last 2 sentences of the introductory paragraph. They are not recommendations on how, and restated each body fully retains, plop them at the end of F9A, B, and C. So it's pristine and it's clarity. And we're gonna poll on that. Ready? So,
Is this still from earlier? Because I only got half earlier, so it captured. I don't know if it's.
this is, we're gonna start over on this polling. And we are going to do 9A, B, and C simultaneously. 9A, B, and C simultaneously, because we're making the same addition of those last 2 sentences in the introductory piece to add them below.
And Sam, in reading it and recommending we do the last 3 sentences, because I think grammatically it doesn't make sense.
Well, why not have 3? Crying in the night, that's, we'll have 3. So which ones are they?
In response to a request by the board of commissioners, the following. Oh, well.
No. Look at, I don't know how much clearer the stuff above it can be. Says in response to the request, the following 4 findings provide historical information, particularly over the past 25 years, how the decision makers have interpreted it. They are not recommendations on how. Are you saying this is all going to be just indented text A, B, and C?
Under 9. Well, originally that's how it was structured. The final formatting of the document is, I don't know, it's up to you.
No, it's up to them, how they want to do. So
Daniel's showing the last 2 sentences added to one of the.
The last 2 sentences added to 9A.
Okay, we're gonna, and we're gonna, because we'll take 9A first. I want you to please vote 1, 2, or 3 on that which is on the screen, which is the text as it existed before, with the addition of 2 sentences. This is not a recommendation on how the planning commission and board should interpret future applications. Restated, each body fully retains its flexibility in interpreting those terms and the context of specific applications before. 1, 2, or 3, please. When you guys are talking on the sideline, I can't track what I'm saying and seeing the screen, and I'm sorry for being a little frustrated right now. 1, 2, or 3, please. Marge.
Okay, I'm gonna vote with Ed down there. So
Yeah, he's voting a 1.
He's the one, okay.
Everyone in the room is voting 1. Louisa? 1. And Andrew? MIA. Okay, would anyone, the same addition is being made to F9B. Any change? Is anyone gonna vote different than they did on F9-1? We'll call it out, so it's F9B. Everyone present is voting. Chuck, are you voting at 1, 2, or 3 on this? 1. Everyone in the room is voting 1, as is Louisa. All right. Yeah, Louisa voted 1. F15. So we had 9, 1. Okay, and is this yours, I'm assuming?
Yes. The only thing I can come up with for replacement is deletion.
And so what are you doing with this proposal? You're removing things, what?
I would remove the entire section.
Okay. Now, in the CUP sections, you have made these points there, correct?
Yes, in different situations, so they're common. So once you do one of them, you're doing them all. To speed up, what I'm not sure there's a consensus to totally delete something like this, because it appears that some people would support it. So if we could take them as a group and just treat this as competing or minority, whatever it is, finding probably 4 of these things, that might speed things along. Let me go see how many other places they are. It may be it's in 15, it's in 23, it's in, that's the only 2 I can see right now.
And this is the MOU you're referring to.
Yeah. It's really contesting the basis of the MOU.
Okay, and I'm trying to remember, is there not something in the CUP section that contests the basis of the MOU?
I don't think we did, because we weren't reviewing the MOU. That wasn't a land use decision. And that's one of the points. This MOU is not a land use decision.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. That's not a land use decision.
This is really going at the logic that's shown in this F15.
Okay.
Further points, take one point, and the proposed language is the exact opposite.
Okay, F15 as written, it's the text in this red color. We're gonna, we had informal polling, 9 1s, 0 2s, 1 3. We will formally poll on it, and then we'll do a formal poll for the language that's below it. So, you know what we're at, run this. Okay, 1, 2, or 3? Marge?
No, present.
Present.
We'll see it.
Come on, keep everything. So, Marge is present. Everyone is voting 1, Ed is voting a 3, and Catherine is voting a 3. And Louisa as a 1. And Andrew's not present. All right, let's now move to the alternative language here, which is the language below it. If someone can highlight that in yellow, it's the quote language proposed by the 3s. Will someone please highlight in yellow the language proposed by the 3?
Yeah.
Okay. The question on that is 1, 2, or 3. Okay. Chuck is a 3, Liz is a 3, Marge is present. Russ and Sean are 3s. John and Ryan and Mary are 2s, and Ed and Catherine are 1s. And Louisa is a 2. So we'll put both those polls side by side so people can see. All right.
So you referred earlier to, is this addressing the CUP finding a recommendation? I don't know if CUP R10 is what you were thinking of.
What does CUP R10 say?
It says, determine the authority of the 2002 MOU as it relates to pre-2002 conditions of approval and broadly communicate the applicability of the 2002 MOU to the public to help manage community expectations.
Okay, so,
And that pulled a 9 and a 2.
okay, so that's in there. This is the arguments that would underline and speak to the opposite. F15. No, that's what we did. Okay, F22.
Sam, with respect to time, I think that these, especially this one, there's enough importance to give us just a moment to comment, and I would like to do that on this MOU, considering how much time we've given and deference we've given to other discussions here. The 2002 MOU language, not just the assertions of what it represents, really is conflicting when it comes to how it relates to all pre-2002 land use decisions. I think it's important that, so Mark Yeager is not a voting member of this group, but we've spent a tremendous amount of time going back and forth on this. And with respect to the subcommittee CUP, which didn't have direction to evaluate this, we found that there were inconsistencies with the statement of the MOU, the context of where the MOU arrived in this space, and whether or not it actually had validity to state that all land use conditions of approval had been met up until 2002. Quite in fact, if you went the next day after that MOU, one could argue that we were still out of compliance in space. So I don't know how to capture that outside of what's said here. But I do think it's important to respect the work of this CUP work group subcommittee. There was an extensive amount of time put in evaluation of this MOU as it related to the land use decision history.
So hopefully this will help on this one and others. You all, everyone gets to do a member statement. So the issues like this that are important to memorialize, that is an additional opportunity to these oral comments that you have ability to do. Anything else on that, Catherine?
No, thank you.
All right, F22. This is a 9-to-1 informal poll. Let's see here, what's going on? This doesn't have page numbers.
I might have been a new insert.
Is this a new insert?
Yeah. On the comment. Sorry, can you-
All right, so what do you have, what is going on here? This is,
Those are the comments from those sections.
Yeah, there were two.
Oh, I thought that was the insert for today, and those are double sided, so
Oh.
that removed the other one.
so this is
That one's
t- language for today, from today.
Yeah.
Steps new, okay, did they have that on their computers to see or not?
They received an email with a standalone file for that one.
Okay, so do you remember when and from whom, so they can pull it up?
It's also on the meeting 11 webpage, if that's more easily accessible, but it was from me around 1 PM. You all received an email with the latest revisions to a few individual findings and recommendations. This one was from Ed Patera that we got around today.
Okay. So, and is this what is showing on the screen?
No.
Can we get what I'm supposed to be facilitating on the screen for people to see and read?
So we're working on it.
Yes.
So Ed, why don't you start with your background on this piece?
This is where I think, looking at the document as a whole, there's a flyby where we're getting into the very, very nitty-gritty and definitions. You can argue each item and be fully supportive of it, respecting the argument, the way it's framed. And the problem is it's the wrong argument to be having. In these cases, it's we're determining whether or not it's a conditions of approval are enforceable, or are they findings in the document, or are they the expressions of or the documentation that was provided in support of an ordinance. It really doesn't make any difference. You can argue each one to death. What I'm trying to get here with this proposal is to put in addition, an additional finding that puts it all in perspective. Respecting everybody's individual team efforts to go through things very in excruciating detail. It's just got to back up and say, well, you know, I live here. What does this all mean? And this is trying to put the history in context. So you can agree to all the findings from the law department or the legal group, but you have to put it in context. And that's what this paragraph is supposed to do.
So to make sure I'm tracking this, you're not suggesting we put in the language, I believe this question needs more review. You're suggesting that we add the language that begins in 1983, the county created expectations.
And I'm suggesting that just be a separate finding, it be in both the CUP side and in the legal side. So that people, as they approach these issues, have some context. Because when we get to the CUP side of it, we've asked for a closer review of PC 83, and there were objections. There were three categories. 3 vote on most of those times we've done it. So I'm just trying to find a way to get rid of all of the 3 votes by just putting in this paragraph, add a new finding, put it in 2 locations. I'm trying another way of saying it. The findings and recommendations that are in there are in the report right now are so narrow, they can be true, but they're so narrow. They may be good for a court case, but they're not good for explaining anything to anybody.
Okay, so just so we can get the numbering and the polling correct, this is it is LLU F22 would remain the same. And then we would put in an F22A, which would include the language in 1983, all the way down to the last line, which is closure of the landfill facility. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll give people an opportunity to read, and I'm assuming that that would take your 1.
Take my 3 to a 1.
To a 1. And so everyone is agreeing in the informal polling that F22 is groovy, to coin a phrase. This would be the addition of F22A, which is the language on the screen. So I'll give everyone a chance to review that. All right, so everyone appreciate what we're polling on. We're polling on, what's a new finding. It's LLU F22A, new finding, LLU F22A. It is the language that is now in purple on your screen. 1, 2, or 3. Yes, Ed.
I screwed up. Republic, next to the last line, should be the landfill owner operator. You got the wrong version. I sent you the wrong version. Republic wasn't part of this.
So we'll call it landfill operator.
Yeah, owner operator, however you want to use it. Sometimes EQ uses owner operator.
Okay. We have Chuck and Liz voting to 3. Marge is
I'm gonna go with the CUP guys.
is a 1.
Are you guys a 1?
Yeah. And we've got Russ and Sean at 3. We have John at a 1, Ryan at a 2, Mary, Ed, Catherine as a 1, and Louisa as a 2. Andrew, you back with us, buddy? Appearing not.
You're 5-2-4 with 1 absent.
Okay. 5-2-4 with 1 absent. All right, F22, F23.
Original language for F22.
That,
Whether it remain as is.
so we're F22 remains as is correct? Is that inherent in your last vote? So your vote, because everyone agreed on that and it changed his vote from a 3 to a 1. So this poll, to be clear, was on F22 plus F22A.
Oh, it was on both, okay.
To be clear, what I heard Ed say was if F22A was added, that he would switch.
Okay,
But not otherwise.
there we got it.
But where's the-
We had a first poll on Well, okay, so Ed, you would be going back to a 3 now because your motion on the additional language did not pass.
Correct.
Okay. So, okay, we're just gonna do it so there's no potential uncertainty here. We're now voting on F22, no revision, just the language on the screen, F22 with no revision. Can you show us that, please? And so we have Chuck and Liz voting a 1, Marge is a 3. We have Rush, Sean, John, Ryan 1, Mary 2, and Catherine and Ed a 3. And Louisa is a 1. Now we're voting on F22. We'll do that again. And
That was that one too.
F22A. So I'm not sure we need to re-poll that one. No. We don't need to re-poll F22A. Okay. F23. So what are the similarities between this and some of the comments you were making earlier? Is this ones that are kind of related?
Yeah, the inclusion of that language about that was submitted late this morning, that would have made this A1 also, because it puts it in perspective. Without that language, it has to stay, from my perspective, it stays as a 3. Because looking at the record of PC 83.7, it doesn't mention a cell 6. It's not shown on the drawings we were provided. Doesn't show up on a drawing until 2022. Admittedly, there was a gap between 2011 when it wasn't there in 2022, so it could have shown up in that 10 years. The bigger problems are the drawing places the quarry outside the approximate solid waste disposal boundary that was defined in that drawing. It is also outside the proposed solid disposal boundary. And then it goes on, it doesn't show the quarry as it is in the context of level 6. And then it's just didn't have any way to validate where the drawing came from.
Okay.
It was all cut off.
So we're gonna first poll on the language that says draft 6 text clarify when formal approval. So can that be highlighted, please? And that's there. And then we'll poll on, so are you saying your language, Ed, is it substitution or an addition?
It would be an addition.
It would be an addition to it. So your 3 on the first one is because it doesn't include this additional language.
Provides no perspective.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna pull 1, 2, or 3 on the existing language, which is in yellow on the screen.
So I'm gonna vote with the CUP people, and this just illustrates why I'm voting present on so many of these. Listen to how much controversy there is on some issues that some people have taken a great deal of time to research. I'll wait until I see their votes.
So we have Chuck and Liz voting a 1, Russ and Sean voting a 1, John voting a 2, Ryan voting a 1, Mary a 2, Ed and Catherine a 3. But my understanding is your 3s would not be 3, they would be 1s if the next proposal passes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Luis is a 2.
Louisa? 2.
Andrew,
present? No.
And Sam, may I just clarify that we're not in full disagreement necessarily, but we are not able to conclude in the records that we have been provided, including, so it's still the issue with the 2002 MOU is inconclusive for the work that we have spent on this. The 8307, the site plan narrative, which is utilized as in favor of a previous finding, but then utilized not in favor in now another finding. There's just a lot of inconsistencies that we can't conclude the same findings, and that's where this is at, rather than being adversarial. It's just not something that we could come to conclusion with the records that we were tasked with reviewing.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna propose on the addition of the language that begins, quote, cell 6, unquote, is. That is what we are pulling on. So you can please take out the, yeah, I'm not sure what
You're just gonna add that, right?
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, so 1, 2, 3 on this. We have Chuck and Liz voting 3s, Marge voting a 1. We have Russ and Sean a 3. We have John and Ryan 2s. We have Mary, Ed, and Catherine a 1, and Louisa a 1. So what's the tally, please?
5, 2, 4, and 1 absent.
Okay. 5 1s, you're saying.
5 1s.
So that is a 7-4 majority minority opinion in favor of including.
Sam, I know you want to move on, but I have a possible suggestion, which is how would people feel about adding a sentence to the end of the original draft 6 finding on this, just to the effect of, however, no official determination has been issued by the county on this matter, or something to that effect. Or just a single sentence that adds the just a single sentence that effect. It sounds like
So I need to see the initial poll on this. Probably the one underneath the page there.
Here's the original. Oh, there's Ed.
So the original, the original poll, we had 3 people voting, 3 on the original language. Would that make a difference to anyone that voted at a 3? With the addition of Greg's language that the county has not made an official determination, change anyone's poll from a 3 to a 2? From a 2 to a 1?
And that's an add, not a replace.
Would be adding a sentence. So, well, that blue color isn't gonna work here for visibility.
It's the, it's
So that helps
It's the non-blue
because,
color.
because what that does is mitigates both viewpoints in saying that the county has not taken an official position on this particular topic, which is the 83 decision is an important set of documents, as is the MOU. So having that neutralizer, if you will, in between these two opposing viewpoints on what the record and the findings show might get us closer to that consensus.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a third poll, this is fine. So this is going to be initial language plus the addition of, however, no official county land use determination has been made on this point. And then to see if that changes anyone's poll.
So Sam, just to clarify, this will include the original language, Greg's additional phrase or statement, and Ed's proposed language as well.
That would be a combination poll, which we haven't done. We'd have to do that next here, after this. So we'd have all three laying out. All right. So we are just voting on. So this blue is distracting me here from what is the blue? Is that?
The blue is just our color coding for what has majority, minority outcomes, so I'll get rid of it for now, but that's how we finish color coding.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a lighter blue. It's a lighter blue is what was throwing me off.
The light blue is.
I couldn't see it.
Minority.
Okay. All right, so can you highlight in yellow, please, what we were polling on? It's clarify when formal approval through the end of what's already highlighted in yellow. That is what we are polling on. Okay, 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that.
Clarifying, that statement does actually say has been interpreted by Benton County. It's very forthcoming that it represents a Benton County position.
Yeah, so the nuance here, and this is not a perfect solution at all, but the nuance is no official county land use determination has been made on this point. So the 2002 MOU is not a land use decision, it's a county determination, but it's not a land use decision. So that's why trying to split things and say, yeah, you folks are absolutely right. The county is not officially in a land use setting interpreted whether PC 8307 approved the quarry for landfill.
And to clarify, so the county is asserting also that the 2002 MOU is in fact confirming compliance up until 2002 then? Is that an official
That's, well,
statement?
not, the county has not stated that.
Okay.
The land use subcommittee has
Okay.
arrived at that conclusion. Again, it's not an official determination, it's just the subcommittee's conclusion.
Okay, so that's the proposal on the table. We have Chuck, Liz, Marge, looks like you're voting a 3. We've got Ross and Sean a 3. We have John a 2, Ryan a 1, Mary a 1. Ed and Catherine are voting 3, and Louise is voting 1. So what do we have on that? Louise is voting 1. Catherine is voting 3.
I have 1, 5.
So we have 5, 1, 5. So that passes a majority of 6 to 5. All right.
So the original version or more? Yes.
Yes.
Eight, 7, 26.
Okay, so we're gonna list all of them so people can see the vote and know why. All right, let me just do a quick time check here to kind of come up with a budget of time. We have. We have 19 to go in an hour and a half. So 90 minutes, 19 to about 5 minutes a thing. If we have to go over, we have to go over. All right, F25 looks like A, B, and C are perhaps are linked.
Can I ask who voted for me on this?
Well, it's the person that said not relevant. It is not a work product of the work group.
I get to do that again.
Pardon me?
I get to do that again.
So this is your 3.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it's- and you can handle 25A, B, and C. D, E, and F all at once.
Okay.
Actually, it might be, let's see how it works out that way. This starts off with a petition is circulated. B is the petition sponsors. C is petition sponsors. Okay, let's just stop right there. Those 3, they come across as almost attacks on the people that came up with the petition. It's something that happened basically after the work group. I don't think it's part of a charter to critique public petitions. A lot of the explanation, if you just remove the references to the petition and just say, what the statements are, try to get it down to a decision and not poke fun or mention the public participation side of it. I just don't, that takes care of A, B, and C. Just try to eliminate the references to the petition sponsors. You can do it by getting rid of the 3 of them because they're outside the scope of the work group, or you can include them by making them softer and not attack-like.
Sam, could you comment on your perspective as to whether or not this is a work product of the work group?
Well, it's the work product. The question is it in the scope of the work group? There have been, we've had plenty of situations where things have gotten into the work group report that weren't initially contemplated as part of the work group's scope. This particular issue came up, and I think there's a recording in the land use, the legal subcommittee where this was vetted. And I'm trying to reconstruct that conversation. The petition was called to my attention by one or more members of this particular work group. There was, the best I can recall in the moment, I looked at that and said, I'm not sure the commissioners can do this even if they wanted to, and it was good policy. I asked Jenny Lucker to look into the issue one way or the other and said, what are the ramifications of this particular petition? She wrote a memo, which I turned into, it was like a normal memo. I turned it into findings and recommendations based on the back and forth dialogue between one of the petition sponsors and the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners have since sent a memo out that Darren or somebody over here that's more familiar with that can comment on about this. Can you speak to that, Darren, or what was said or done?
So the board is aware of the petition and has taken a position on what it can and can't do in relation to the petition and some of the implications of it. So I would suggest that because the board is already aware of this issue and has taken a somewhat of a stance on it, the work group doesn't really need to make these findings. They're kind of removed at this point. So unless there's heartburn, I would suggest this may not be timely to raise because the board's already taken some action in relation to the petition.
The additional piece I'll add to that was someone at the the legal subcommittee said, you know, what, that asking about this, why I raised this, it's because I didn't think, I was concerned about a belief in the community that this petition would be able to accomplish on its face what they were asking to do. And if it was not going to be legally possible for them to do it, I wanted them to be alerted to the fact that this tactic, this approach, this petition, while accomplishing other reasons of alerting the commissioners to this, the concerns about having an expansion, doing it in this way may not be possible. And to try to get out ahead of the issues that would come up if this landed after the work group came, after the work group left, that this would have already been researched and people could react to it whatever way they wanted to. March.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Ed, for noticing this and for making the comments that you did. And I agree with Ed that I think it's inappropriate to have this in here. I think it does attack, okay, I won't say attack, but it ventures into the territory of people in the community being able to express their views. I think Darren's suggestion is terrific. We just take it out. And I want to just say one thing is that the Board of Commissioners did issue a statement regarding this. And the first sentence reads, the Benton County Board of Commissioners is aware that advocates are circulating a petition asking the board to delay its consideration of any land use action at Coffin View landfill until the county has completed an SMMP. The petition actually says, we are telling the Board of Commissioners, to oppose any expansion of the Coffin View landfill before Benton County completes such SMMP. And the Board of Commissioners would have discretion to do that. They could say, we don't have enough information, so therefore we deny this. they could say that, that's it, within their discretion. So that's all I have to say.
So two things, just if we're making the record clear. What this says is not what that,
What the statement from the commissioner said,
what this document in front of us says is different than what the Board of Commissioners said. They did not accurately, in my mind, summarize what the petition was asking to do.
I agree with that.
I mean, I couldn't hear you.
I agree with you.
Yeah, this document does reflect what the petitioners are asking to do. And so that is, you know, an
And I
important.
still think Darren's solution is the best. We just take it out of here because it doesn't belong in here. It's just inappropriate.
Okay, anyone else want to comment on this before we take a poll?
Okay. I guess I'm troubled by this because really I have not heard about this petition except a few here and there. So I also thought that this work group was leaning towards consensus, which would mean that we really would have had to have conversations on expansion of landfill leanings or inclinations or public opinions in any number of our subcommittees. I definitely agree with Darren's recommendation that really we're beyond this point. I'm uncomfortable in that we've really dove into a space that could be interpreted as intending to influence a land use application that we anticipate will occur. It just doesn't feel like it belongs in this space well. And unless we are going to take other public sentiments, and while this one may be more organized through a petition, there certainly have been a lot of advocates for expansion, unless we are going to take those with the same kinds of consideration and really step into, gosh, we're forming opinions or making recommendations and findings on expansion related topics. I'd also recommend that we just take Darren's recommendation and just remove these from this document.
Okay, so final thing I'll say, you know, ask Louisa to talk, is that this is not about expansion or not expansion. This is simply a legal question about to what extent, if any, can the county legally do what the petition is asking it to do or not. It's nothing about, it has nothing to do with the merits or demerits of it. It's simply what the process is going to look like. I'll end there, Louisa.
Well, I think that, I mean, my feelings were that we probably don't need it, but if there was more information on why we do need it, I wasn't convinced on that, but if there was more information on that, I don't see why we need it, I guess.
Okay, let's take a poll. Is there a specific proposal that someone is making on 25A, B, and C?
I propose we eliminate it.
So there's a proposal on the table that we'll poll on, which is we eliminate 25A, 25B, and 25C. You have that written down. Go.
We're pulling on for eliminated.
We are, the proposal is to eliminate draft findings at 25A, B, and C. All right. We have all members present voting in one to eliminate. Louisa? Okay, F25 passes unanimously. We're eliminating 25A, B, and C. F25D.
Once again, the three I have in there, and quite frankly, it was late at night, and I think I had my copy column to column going too far. They should have been ones.
Okay. Let's take a formal poll on 25D. With the language added that is in blue. 25D with the language added in blue. Yes, Mark?
Okay, didn't he just make a proposal to delete it?
No, he changed his vote from a 3 to a 1.
Based on what?
If that's something to do with coffee.
So is the line in blue,
Can I hear
or not?
Well,
The line blue is.
He screwed up.
Oh, the line in blue is a link. It's not.
oh,
We all, we all agree Ed screwed up.
Go Rams.
All right, 1, 2, or 3, please polling on 25, F25D. Chuck, 1, Liz, 1, Marge,
nothing. Oh, okay, present for now.
present. Everyone present in the room is voting a 1, Louisa is voting a 1. Marge will remain present unless you tell me different. Okay. 25E.
Isn't it yours? 25E.
25E.
Yeah, is that
You know, yeah, D, E, and F, those, I perpetuated my mistake.
Okay.
Coffee was it?
I think there was some brandy in that coffee or something. It's the only logical.
It's a very good red one.
All right, so we're voting simultaneously on F25, E and F under the Patera principle. Marge, 1, 2, 3, present. Everyone in the room is voting 1. Louisa's voting 1. So that those two. Now, F26. So apparently this is new. One person voted a 3, can be seen with the naked eye. There are significant wetlands in the Wilson Wildlife Area. So I think the concern here is this language that says no significant wetlands are identified in the vicinity covered on the county's adopted inventory. That's the distinction, Greg, you are making. It's, yes, there are wetlands, but they're not identified on the county's inventory. So I think that could be made read clearer, because a couple of people have been hung up by this. It always should say, while wetlands exist in the vicinity of Coffin Butte landfill, they have not been formally identified in the county's adopted inventory. Isn't that what you're trying to come across and say? Or whoever proposes?
Discuss this also relative to the earlier wetlands mentioned.
Yeah.
It's a recommendation in the recommendation.
Right.
Not recommended, yeah.
So Greg, is that language change accurate? I think the part that's confusing is because it leads with no significant land identified in the vicinity, people stop listening at that point because they know there are. And so I'm suggesting someone edit this in real time, who's ever up on this. Instead of saying no significant wetlands are identified, I would say while wetlands are identified in the vicinity of Coffin View landfill, comma, they do not currently appear on the county's adopted inventory.
And that should be changed.
Well, okay, that would be a recommendation. We're dealing with a finding at this point.
So Sam, I just struggle with the word appear implies that maybe that's an error. It's not an error, it's the adopted inventory. But I agree with what you're trying to say, absolutely, that they have not been, there are wetlands in the vicinity, they have not been listed on the county's adopted.
Okay, well, put the right verb in there that you want to put in. I'm just trying to. So what is the word that we have up here on the screen?
I think that's.
Not been listed on the county's inventory. All right. Now you wanted to talk about the relationship to something, so go.
Yeah, but actually, if you just, are you acknowledging that there are significant wetlands and that they just simply are not?
Please listen to
Are
Mark.
you acknowledging
Yes.
that there are significant wetlands? They are just have not been identified by Benton County?
So there's significant as we as lay people think of it, and yes, I agree in that regard. And then there is significant as statewide planning goal 5, it lays out a process for determining whether a wetland is quote significant. And those wetlands in that area have not been inventoried and not been
They have
evaluated
not been inventoried.
or evaluated in terms of the goal 5 definition of significant.
Okay,
So I agree, there are, yeah, I would call them in a layperson's language, significant wetlands, but by goal 5 definition, they
they have not been evaluated.
evaluated and determined to be.
Okay, so that is really different than that there are none based on that jurisdictional thing.
And,
That's a very different statement. They
sure,
have not been evaluated.
That's why I'm
And
making the
can we
change.
say that?
Well, that
He's working on it.
That's why I put up here, while wetlands are, it's not while wetlands are identified in the vicinity, because you're using,
It's obvious there are wetlands. There are.
You can just say present. Well,
rather than
present.
present.
yeah, so while wetlands are present in the vicinity of Coffin Butte landfill, they have not been listed on the county's adopted.
Let's say, yeah, they have not been
Evaluated.
evaluated
And identified.
and determined to be significant.
And no determination has been made. Yes.
Yeah.
Regarding their.
So keep working on it. Well, we have 3 people talking, so come up with what language you think is best, and then we'll see if the work group thinks it's best. So what is accurate from that perspective, and then we'll see if the work group agrees with you.
So Greg, could you comment, or, okay, whichever all you're changing over there, could somebody comment on what is that process to evaluate, identify, or determine significant wetlands as it relates to Oregon's land use goal number 5?
So it's a comprehensive plan amendment process. It's an extensive, typically extensive region-wide evaluation and assessment of first identifying wetlands and then rating them on a variety of factors to determine whether they rise to the level of significance as is defined in the statewide.
And is that consultant work to Benton County only, or would that be partners with adjacent counties also?
Typically it's on a county basis.
Okay.
Or a county and a city, because it's that HGB.
So this language has to be fixed here. Let's get it nailed. So are you content with the language that's on the screen here?
Well, it's repetitious from what we said in the previous sentence.
About in accordance with, state land use,
Policies.
Yeah,
Put a period on it.
seems like the word significant, we're interpreting in two different ways. Both significant in size versus significance. In policy.
So, sorry, what was your suggestion?
To be, they've not been evaluated in terms of being significant in accordance with state land use. Goals. Or in accordance with state policy. I think that question is.
So right there, in accordance with.
I just want to say again, that I think the significant thing here is that they have not even been evaluated. And so, we can't judge what policy would be for that. We can only say that we have not done the evaluation.
Tom, what do you need for you guys to come up with the language, and I'll facilitate the rest of the conversation here.
How about that?
Did the 19B review, it really didn't include those wetlands at all, because I would have thought the entire county's wetland would have been.
Yeah, I don't know the inventory process that went on at that time. Probably not, because it was a fairly limited result. The key thing, so. Yeah, so there's 2 points to this finding, I think. One is that, yes, there are wetlands in the area, and they have not yet been identified and determined to be significant on the county survey.
Right, and that's the missing word, is yet, not yet.
And because of that fact, the county cannot regulate at this point. Today, the county cannot regulate.
So we have to add the word yet in there, so they have not been evaluated, not yet been evaluated and determined. Then you can have the sentence you have now, conduct comprehensive wetland analysis, then you can then put as a until then, they cannot be regulated. Cannot be. That's fine. Okay, so comments before we move to polling on the clarified language that shows there are wetlands. They haven't yet been evaluated. Until they are, they can't be regulated by the county. The state can still do their thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right, 1, 2, or 3, please. Chuck is a 1. Liz is a 1.
Marge is a 1. Everybody is a 1. Louisa is a 1. Great.
LLUs are done.
How many miles to Chicago?
All right, let's take a 5-minute stretch break and come back and hit the CUP findings.
Oh, don't say
The end in sight.
12 more to go.
We can do it. We can do it. You guys are doing amazing.
All right, next up, our friend, the CUP. F2. CUP F2. All right, so we can get it on the screen when you guys are ready. Nine in informal polling, we had 9 1s, 1 2, and a 3. The proposed 3 says Benton County has not monitored compliance with XXX. Okay, who is the proponent of the 3 here, so you can translate the XXX for us? Present? We have the suggestion about, I'm just trying to understand what the suggestion is. Forget what the 2, a person had a 2 said, is it strictly pertaining to the landfill or in all cases projects that have conditions of approval across the board? Clarification would be helpful. So CUP subcommittee folks, why don't we deal with the clarification first? The statement on his face is pretty clear. Benton County does not actively monitor compliance with many conditions of approval, nor does it proactively act to enforce compliance. And so the question is this pertaining to the landfill or in all cases, project that have condition of approval across the board?
We were told it pertained to everything.
Yep, that was my recollection of that statement. But conditions of approval only exist when there's a CUP, is that correct?
Most land use approvals of any kind have conditions of approval.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's take a poll as written on CUP F2. Louisa? Everyone, all members voting 1. Let's move on to our friend F3. Benton County relies on complaints to initiate actions to enforce conditions of approval. The person that voted a 3 wants it to say Benton County relies on complaints as a way to prioritize the initiation of actions to enforce
conditions of approval for the landfill. A person present with that suggestion care to enlighten us, help? Hearing no one present, let's vote as written. Benton County relies on complaints to initiate actions to enforce the conditions of approval, to enforce conditions of approval. 1, 2, 3, every member is voting 1, including Louisa. All right, F 10.5. So the three person, it was, the informal polling was 6 1s, 4 2s, and 1 3. The person voted 3, wants to change the word recommendation, not a finding. Benton County. So I'm missing, as a person of the 3 there, I'm missing the word recommendation here, where finding would be preferred.
No, it's not a word, it's that it should be a recommendation instead of
It
a
should be
finding.
CPR.
That clearly isn't a recommendation, it seems to me, not a finding. Let's go on and talk about the 2s here. Haven't had time to discuss, reads like a recommendation, same, seems like we're gonna. All right, so the proposal is CUP F 10.5, little I, little c, sub 1, 37 hike, is being converted to a recommendation that is as close as possible to where it would fit in the recommendations piece, unless anyone has a specific spot right now.
Sam, I would point out there is a somewhat similar recommendation in the legal land use section. I don't think they're necessarily in conflict, but they do cover similar territory.
No, let's put it, as opposed to taking the time to reconcile the 2, let's add it as a CUP recommendation. And Catherine, do you have any specific suggestion of where you might like it?
Good luck while we move on to the next thing, but I agree with it moving to a recommendation. Matter of fact, I'm wondering how it ended up here, because I remember the discussions here, but.
Yeah, well, it could have just been transposition of the document. So we're changing it, CUP F 10.5 to CUPR X.
Something.
X, and we'll figure out where it is. 1, 2, or 3, please. March? Okay. All members present, including Louisa on the Zoom, are voting 1, and we're moving it to a recommendation. All right. Cooking with steam. F12. It seems like a similar recommendation to the person who voted 3 on one of the most recent ones. It's XXX, name of specific.
Can I kind of respond to both of them?
Yeah, go.
I read it as, we should have done this. We should have had specifics. And we did. They're in the appendix. So we went document by document. Here's a list of 39 instances that we used to come up with these kinds of findings and recommendations. So the homework was done. Do you want to take a quick look, or you're blinded by the having too much paper?
So,
See, and that might have been me, it was a while ago, but I think I may have done that because it seemed like a blanket statement. That's why I might have put that, so what Ed just said makes sense to me. You know, that,
so you feel now that you're retiring, like confessing now, is that?
yeah, I want to get it all out.
I mean, and nobody pot today at Feely, Spirit and Son. All right, so I'm gonna make a facilitator suggestion here on this F12, that after the word other government agencies, put C comma appendix X, whatever that's gonna be. Are you understand? You know, it's great. So
It's the table numbers on that piece of paper, so you can get the right reference.
Table
I have
5.
the- Table 5.
Table 5.
Appendix A.
So it's appendix something, table 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have that filled in, and then make that same change to the one that John first confession. I'm gonna cover all his sins. So where was that? That must have been, was it F3 or 2 or something? No, it wasn't 10, I don't think. F2.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that was just F12. F12. So with that, secondary, I guess, of mine, CUP F12. All right, we're gonna poll on CUP F12 with the inclusion of the cross link to the appendix and the table number. All members present, including Louise, are voting a 1 on F12. Next up is F14.5, F14.5. So we have 2 2s here.
Sam, can I ask a quick question? On the last one, did you need to re-poll for finding 2, or should we just add the appendix?
We're adding that on. No one's opposing that.
Okay, I'll do that now.
All right. So this is new. 2 people voting 3.
Yes, and we could get to a 1 removal of the last 2 sentences.
And
Just consider
so,
them opinion based.
and those last 2 sentences are, this has resulted in a sense that the rules of the game have changed without notification, or that what was authorized to occur at the landfill is altered without a public review process. This has undermined public trust. And so, so as I understand it, Ed and Catherine, your motivation for the last 2 sentences was simply more of a communication piece, that things that were done back in 1983, they got superseded, if you will, by a 1992 Supreme Court case, correct?
No, that was only one of them. It was just 3 things are identified. The Supreme Court case was one of them, but it's trying to convey that, okay, if something goes through a public process, has a lot of attention, and gets agreed to, and then everybody goes their separate ways, and then something happens. So the folks that went away don't necessarily get the information that things have changed and superseded or deleted. And that's, I think rules of the game is probably something that sounds a little bit underhanded, and that's not what the intent was. It's resulted in changes over time that haven't been, that have not necessarily been noticed to the public. Have undermined public trust. Russ, I can see where some of these words would be troublesome now.
If I may add, is there any consideration here to maybe working that into your member statement, perspectives if you're gonna do one?
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be in there anyway.
Or part of the education piece, right?
Part
Because
of the
this
what?
part of the education piece, because really this is just a communication issue. Right? This isn't really anybody knowingly being distrustful.
Oh, no,
It sounds like
no.
a communication piece issue. And I think if you could just either push it to the education portion or soften that whole thing, because it does sound a little bit like,
So would it be okay to eliminate the rules of the game and have it state, this has resulted in, a sense that the rules of the game. So let's amend this. This has resulted in changes. Okay, so blue on pink is hard. Sorry, guys, especially this on. This has resulted in changes with notifications that what was authorized to occur at the landfill was altered without public review process. I think that's safe to say in testimony and in the records that we have reviewed, that that's not an opinion, that can be a finding. I think we could eliminate in a sense that the rules of the game have changed and just compress that sentence. I'm not necessarily, I think that this will support the communications space, but I don't know that I knowing how we came to the conclusions of this finding, I'd be hesitant to just eliminate the statement.
So what is the specific sentence you're proposing in lieu of a sentence that begins, this as a result?
So this has resulted in changes. I think it's supposed to be without notifications. Hang on. Sun is not my friend. This has resulted in, so strike in a sense that the rules of the game and state, this has resulted in changes without notifications of what was authorized to occur at the landfill without a public review process. I think we can strike also that has altered. So it's really condensing the sentiment of there's been a series of changes and there is no record of notifications or public, and there are raising concerns or rising concerns intermittently throughout the record and certainly at present point. So this would just support any, if we were to leave this, which would be my preference, having reviewed the documents that came to this finding, this would support any similar outreach and engagement type recommendation.
In the part that this has undermined public trust is kind of like based on, what do we have had? 4.5, 6 hours of public testimony. Probably 90% of it has been, I don't believe you.
Well,
We're
and
trying to work against
Yep.
that.
So and that's totally there, that I don't believe you, but I don't know that we can say 51% majority of undermining the public trust. I don't know if there's been any measurement of that. And so I think if we can just drop the public trust and work a little bit more on Catherine's proposed language changes, we can probably get there. The other thing is, I don't know, you guys may know. I personally don't know if there were notifications before, and maybe people just missed them, or I just kind of don't have that information, and so this sort of reads as if definitively there were not notifications.
So if I can just comment in this space too, here's in observing the last few meetings where we are trying to come to some consensus on this, what's very evident to me is that because we worked, I would say, for the most part successfully in our subcommittees, in this particular case, no one has the benefit of the breadth of the work that has gone in from our specific subcommittee. And that's true for any of the other subcommittees. I would just say that based on this work, like we have been asked to give deference to each of the subcommittee members and their recommendations that this stay in place. I'm good with that amendment. I think we're okay with dropping this as undermine public trust. Meaning it doesn't necessarily need to be in the finding, it's evident, but I will say that the public notification process and the engagement with the community and notifications of changes, including ones that are bullet pointed here, are not in the record. And that's what this is really about, is a set of findings and recommendations to address.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I think the key is, and maybe this has been doing it here on the screen, that we're removing the words, this has undermined public trust. The proposal is, this has resulted, the backlighting is killing me. In changes without notification of, I would say, change of notification surrounding what was authorized to occur at the landfill without a public review process. Okay, so I think we're getting there. And that statement, is true, but changes happen with that. There would never be a public review process. That would, when the U.S. Supreme Court comes down and overrules something, that didn't precede a public review process in the sense of community involvement and a board hearing and what have you. I think what people are trying to get across is, when there are meaningful changes, let people know and tell them why, right? I mean, if things change, let them know and tell them why. And depending on what is the motivating factor, there may be a public review process, there may not be. And it's a function of what it is. So I would think just taking them one at a time.
So is your statement to the phrase a public review process, and are we better to look at that as a public engagement process?
Communication.
Communication, education.
Yeah, what I'm hearing,
Mr. hand raised just to that point.
okay,
Yes.
what I'm hearing everyone say is that, look at, when the county takes an action, it creates an expectation. When a subsequent action, either motivated by the county or external to the county happens, that changes an expectation. Notification of that should be made. And, when there is already established opportunity for a public review, that it be that be part of it. Right? That's what you're trying to say here. So I think it's without a public review process, if one is available,
Are you recommending a significant change to this language? Because this language does support what you're saying. I don't know how much time, I don't know how I would rephrase this, how much time I want to spend wordsmithing it. I think we're saying the same thing. If we want to spend time nuancing it, we can. It is about communications. It is about public review also where appropriate. It is about public engagement generally.
okay, but I was just trying to tee off what other people were saying about changing it to notification to do it. So let's vote on it as it is on the screen here.
So Sam, you might have a public notification process?
Pardon me?
A public notification process?
All right.
Is that
Let's
that's the
get-
word?
That might work.
I think that's stronger.
Yeah.
I think it captures kind of both sides of this coin.
Or Louisa's trying to tell you something.
And it is. Why don't we just let Louisa tell us orally, because the screen flashes in the chat too quickly for us to read, unfortunately.
You might be doing just what I was gonna say. I just don't think we should take the public trust part out, but the undermined word needs to be changed. So it sounds like you're now doing what I wanted to say, maybe.
Okay, so
Definitely acknowledge that the public trust part.
to ensure public trust, you can frame it positively.
That works.
This has resulted in changes without notification of what was authorized to occur at the landfill. Well, we didn't.
Without a public notification process. To ensure public trust.
Okay, put that in. So I guess what I'm saying is this is stating it in the negative, and I'm hearing other people around the table saying, wanting to state it in the positive to make the same point. And it is when there are changes that are made, the public needs to be notified and have an opportunity to be heard when appropriate in order to promote public trust.
Except, is that a recommendation though?
Well, it would be. Okay, so on this one, I'm currently brain dead. So someone who wants to make some change, otherwise we're gonna vote on it as it's on the screen.
So Sam, that seems to lean more towards recommendations future. It does take out the past review of the subcommittee where we came to that conclusion. So it becomes more present tense in that recommendation, which is okay. But I don't know that I want to erase that historically where we looked, this is what we found. And I don't know that it's enough to bring it to a whole nother finding as much as we could capture it here.
Yeah, so I'm suggesting that unless someone has a different language, we vote on it as it is on the screen.
It doesn't really make sense though, totally. So
how would you have it make sense, Louisa?
well,
You just remove the word, the letter S for notifications, so the changes without notification was authorized.
Or I suggested an alternative. It's now up there.
could we just say like it weakened public trust or something like that? I'm trying to look for a synonym.
Well, I don't. Under this new formulation, you wouldn't need a synonym because that word is gone. It would be a process to ensure public trust. This has resulted in changes to what was authorized to occur at the landfill without notification or a public review process that would ensure public trust.
This was.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with, if you can highlight that last sentence there.
Yeah, I'll put it all together.
Okay. All right. Well, it's the whole thing. We're pulling on all that. And that is F14,
F14-5, F14-5, 1, 2, and 3, or 3. Marge? All members present voting 1, including Louisa on Zoom. Thank you. F18.
Oh, Sam, can I interject just briefly? So the moving of the finding 10.5 would fit very nicely in recommendation 18.5 slot. It comes right after recommendations that have to do with similar sentiment.
So if you would put it right after 18,
Yeah.
it would become 18.5.
Correct. So right between 18 and 19.
Thanks much. All right, our friend F18.
Yeah, to go from 3 to a 1. We dropped the last sentence, beginning with about 10. We couldn't reach consensus, carried.
Yeah. Because it's already addressed by the legal subcommittee? Is that?
Well, it's a perspective that others don't share. And so it sort of reinforces that we couldn't reach consensus. So why is it needed? We've got a sentence that says we couldn't reach consensus. Say, period after decisions and let's hold. And that would take us to a 1.
Well, you know, the way we get at that is we took the number of cases that we had up until the date, the 2002 date, and said, well, all of these are decided or governed by the MOU now, as opposed to the individual case. So that's how we got to the 10 land use matters, and we had reviewed about 20, and the conditions of approval were just what's associated with it. So it was just more, that's just more fact-based.
Not challenging your math. I'm just saying there are people that disagree with the assessment about what's applicable, what's not. And we're among that group. And so, you know, in spirit of trying to reach consensus quickly, this is our suggestion. I mean, and fully respect that's your perspective, and totally get you guys put countless hours, thankless time into it. Perhaps that could also go in your member statement.
Okay, so just to be clear, everyone agrees to the first sentence.
So Sam, I'd just like to say that I think that second sentence is our finding.
Okay, I promise to get there. The first sentence everyone agrees to. So all the second sentence is doing that says, depending on how you rule, if you will, on the 2002 MOU, it can impact, it has the potential of impacting 10 land use matters. And 53 conditions of approval. So Ross, you're not disagreeing on the second sentence. I mean, that is the math. It's not saying that, and I think it is, as a matter of fact, true, that if you interpret the 2002 MOU differently than the legal subcommittee did, then that is the impact.
Then let's say that. Let's say if interpretations are different than, you know, LLU number whatever, then that's the impact.
Okay, so perhaps the threading the needle here is keep the first sentence as it is. The resolution of this issue potentially impacts and then about 10 land use matters this is awkward, matters decisions over half the decision. I'm not sure what that's trying to say, or is it? It affects 10 land use matters, which is over half of the decisions, and 35 conditions of approval. Is that just, is that the factually accurate statement as for Catherine?
So I apologize, I thought you were finished when I interjected
No
earlier, but I guess my point is this. The Legal Land Use Subcommittee has their platform to express their interpretation of this. I believe that between these two committees, we've reviewed a different set of documents that lead us to perhaps different conclusions, and we don't have the luxury of coming to consensus with all of those materials in front of us. This is the CUP finding. I do not think that we need to acknowledge another subcommittee's findings in our own conclusion. And I do support generally where you're leaning in that rephrase a little bit. But to me, for especially the folks that is public, our Benton County commissioners, any members of our community that are going to be looking at this document later, going to come to that conclusion about how many land use decisions were impacted potentially here. And it seems important that we just capture it as a matter of a CUP finding, irrespective of the disagreement about that MOU and the impacts of it.
That's exactly what this proposed language is doing. It's just rephrasing it. So no one's arguing against that. I think Russ said he was open to this treatment of it. So you would both be getting to a place that you could say, yes, the resolution of this issue potentially impacts 10 land use matters, which is over half of the decisions, containing 35 conditions of approval.
We do one small tweak between issue of potentially just say like comma, while a subject of debate, comma.
We've already stated we have not reached consensus on this issue.
That's the first sentence. Everyone has agreed that it's the first sentence is okay. The resolution that potentially impacts them, that's a true statement. It doesn't say which way. It just is saying, the point that I understood the CUP subcommittee trying to get across is the resolution of that MOU affects a whole lot of things. Over half of the decisions, which are 35 conditions of approval. So what was your suggestion, Ross? What?
You're correct, Sam. It doesn't specify how it impacts.
Yeah, it's your holiness. I bask in your brilliance and glory. You are correct again. Thank you for enlightening me as to the way, the truth, and the life. Was that basically what you just said?
A little generous, but.
All right, 1, 2, or 3 as put on the screen. March, 1, 2, or 3 on this? Everyone's voting in 1. That's what I heard, Russ. I just made.
That gets us to the end.
You'll agree to anything? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, we'll wait till we after you this time. Okay, are we on 19 now? Our friend 19. Is this a Republic 3 that's suggesting a 2 or potentially 1?
It is, Sam, but I'm sorry, I need a quick second. Can we jump to the next one, Sam?
Excuse me?
Can we jump to the next one and come back to that? Just take it out of order for a moment.
Can we put our cheat sheet here so we know? F25. And so the three basically said, haven't had time to vet or review. Is the person who voted the three, because they didn't have time at the at least as of the informal polling to vet or review? Here and ask.
Yeah, we can go and post it.
All right, so are we on F-25, right?
That's correct.
All right, F-25, 1, 2, or 3? Mark? Present. Every member is voting 1. We have Mary, Russ, and Sean voting 2. And it's F-25. You want me to go on to 26, or are you ready to pop on
I'm
19?
not yet, I'm still.
F-26, new. Okay, so this is basically the same comment twice. So this must be a Republic comment. That's voting a 3. So would you guys like to speak to that?
Yeah, so I'll take the next one. The concern with funding 26 is that it leaves the impression that we reduced our closure fund in the 1990s and does not address the bigger picture of how closure and post-closure funds work and what has subsequently happened over the last 30 years. So yes, on its face, F-26 is accurate. However, when we close a cell, we shift money from the closure fund to the post-closure fund because we can't, the cell's closed, so the money is not reflected in that area anymore. So what actually happened in this situation is that the closure amounts were reduced in the closure fund, but they were increased in the post-closure fund. In addition, we update both the insurance and the amounts in the closure fund and the post-closure fund every single year. And those amounts are sent to DEQ and then subsequently approved by DEQ. So as a result, the post-closure and the closure fund have in fact increased significantly from the 1990s and now sit at 16.2 million for the closure fund and 5 point something million I have here for the post-closure fund. And I feel like this finding as written does not reflect the bigger picture of how post-closure and closure funds work. Closure funds go up every time we build a cell. Post-closure funds go up every time we close a cell.
Okay, Audrey, listening to that, your comments on the general procedure and
Well, this one and the one that Russ is working on, I mean, if you want clarification, the clarification is that, the one Russ is working on, it's not funding that's necessarily given to DEQ if the landfill owner or operator can't afford to. It's money set aside for the landfill owner or operator to use if they have to do a worst case closure, and then also to ensure they can close and maintain in post-closure a landfill. So that's one suggestion for the one Russ is working on. And then for this one, you could add some clarification along the lines of what Ginger was just talking about. But this is actually factual. I think the concern is that overall, the thoughts about financial assurance are not really clear in site closure plan. So I'm not sure how to address it. Maybe it's adding a sentence that says something along the lines of every year as cells are closed or opened, the financial assurance adjusts to operate, close, maintain and post closure, and if ever corrective action is needed, make sure there's funding for all of that. I don't know,
Okay.
that was a big, long statement.
That's what we needed, one sentence. Daniel got it.
Okay.
I missed after, if ever.
Every year, well, what you could say is
If ever.
every year, a landfill owner or operator has to identify the money needed to operate, close, maintain and post closure, or if there's ever corrective action, have money set aside to handle all of that. The owner operator is responsible for making sure everything about the landfill can be accomplished with sufficient funding.
So if I could comment on that,
Okay, let's capture it before we comment on it, because I'm not sure.
the
No,
comment
not
is specific to capturing it. That is not our finding. So what I would suggest is that I like what Ginger said, and I think that this is a far greater topic that requires more than just a single statement that we did not find in our review, so it wouldn't fit in a CUP finding, but that we put a link to explain the greater context of closure and post-closure requirements. And we allow, whether it's Ginger or the Republic team to develop an appendix, either statement or set of whatever you said would be great. Because most people do not understand post-closure, closure, or any of those requirements of financial assurances. Certainly outside of this group, we're likely to find few. So I am not comfortable with this being a finding. We did not conclude this, but I do think that pointing folks to more context to this is really important as we navigate this topic publicly moving forward.
Okay, so either way, we still have to capture that concept, so we don't lose it before we get to where it goes or doesn't go, or anywhere in between. So Daniel, where are you, other than putting in ellipses?
Yeah, so I'm
my favorite technique.
Two versions going. First is every year as cells are open, closed or open, the financial assurance adjusts to operate, close, maintain, and post closure, and if ever corrective action is needed, ensure ... I didn't get the rest of that. The alternative option was every year landfill owner operator has to identify the money needed to ... The landfill owner operator, I think, needs to ensure. I'm not sure, I couldn't capture everything.
Well, and now she's being.
Oh, Ed was first.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to that. Ed?
What Catherine is suggesting is separating the concepts because they're one's fact-based. So, and when you get to the every year part, that's trying to explain the process. And they should be separate. And as you pointed out, go to an appendix. Where that came from was a review of DEQ files. When you start going through this, you see letters from a bank. What is a letter from a bank doing in this file? And it's approving the transfer out of the financial assurance fund to pay for the cost of closing a portion of the landfill in 1994, maybe. It was just a recognition that that money can come out. And it was reduced because the landfill owner at the time said, I've closed a portion of it. DEQ agreed, and the bank said, okay, you satisfied it, here's your money. I think it was like $1.4 million or something like that. That's all I was trying to convey, that this goes back and forth. It was just a simple finding.
Okay.
I can give you the paperwork if you want it, but I haven't gotten that far.
And I don't think anybody's questioning the validity of this particular statement and finding. I'm just pointing out that because it ends with these amounts were reduced in the 1990s, it can leave, and it does leave, in my opinion, the impression that the funds have been reduced and stayed reduced, because we don't reflect the fact that they're updated every year per requirements with DEQ. And so every year, as Audrey just said, we are required to identify the money needed to be solvent in the closure and the post-closure fund.
And that's where Catherine's suggestion of putting it in that explanation somewhere, is that, put something in, the amounts are adjusted every year, please see such and such for explanation. Just kind of.
Timeout. Okay, there's three actual conversations going on at the same time. But before I try to wrap this up and put forth a suggestion that I think could work, I saw Liz's hand up and then John's hand up.
I think it's completely fair for us to add to your findings. I think we've been adding and expanding on people's findings or doing links. I think it's okay, and it doesn't disrupt your overall message. So I disagree with that point, Catherine. I think we can clarify a little bit more. We understand what your point is, but I do agree that it leaves us hanging, looking like maybe the funds were spent and never replaced. And I don't think that that was your intention, so I think we can update it a little bit.
An indicator of what documents we were tasked with reviewing. It's not a matter of whether or not it fits here. It's literally, these are the findings of which we were tasked to review.
But you guys did the same thing to our findings too, right? Like, we reviewed what we did and found our findings.
Oh, you did it first.
Right. I'm not saying it's tit for tat. I'm just saying this is part of the process. This is what we've been doing, is finding compromises, right? Allow us
But
to have
this
a
is
compromise.
not a finding from within our review of documents.
Okay.
That's the challenge.
So Catherine,
Wait.
just for clarification, are
Ginger,
you saying?
Ginger, it's not your
No,
turn.
I have one question, because it really speaks to what Catherine's talking about here. Are you saying that you did not see or have the ability to review any closure or post-closure reports or financial assurances from sometime in the 1990s throughout 2000 to 2010 and to 2020? Because that's 30 years more of documents that could have been reviewed.
So I'm saying that this is the conclusion of our group with the documents of which we reviewed. Some of the DEQ documents came on Wednesday before the Thursday when we started this process. And I think it's very appropriate for us to link to another set of really the broad scope of what you're talking about, because it's an important part of your narrative to explain to the public what are concerns that we're hearing are landing in this space. So if we can use this finding, here's the finding that we concluded based on our assigned work on the documents that we were given over 50 years, which do not include what is now being proposed to be added. So it's not a finding. This is everybody else's interpretation. But I think this is a perfect opportunity to take that finding and point to something that we could never capture in this finding, which is all of the nuances and all of the details that you are talking about, because it's an important answer to the question of closure and post-closure, which continues to show up. It's not just in this finding. So I don't have an issue with us pointing to that space and in building a broader set of context and documents. I do have an issue with us placing it as a finding when in fact our subcommittee did not conclude that finding. This is just a finding.
Okay,
So using it as a tool, right?
John?
How about landfill closure requirements are complicated or something, or something. See appendix, whatever. So I'm kind of trying to get in the middle here. I'm okay with this language. It was somehow condensed, but I'm also understanding, I'm trying to compromise over here. So let's lead to a appendix that really has the full explanation of how landfill closure happens and what are the possible, all the different, where the money goes and all the details. So if someone really wanted to find out how that works, they could. but say it here because it's important here.
Okay, the problem with that, as I'm understanding it, is there is no explanation in the appendix anywhere of what they're saying. We would have to create
Right.
that.
So even what Ginger said was super helpful. Is that not something that could be drafted for this purpose? That
Yes,
would be
we're all
far
about
greater?
public education, yes.
I mean, it would be far greater than anything you could land here. And a greater context or a greater explanation of closure and post-closure processes is provided here is very appropriate in this. And that's not a finding statement, that's leading people to other information and understanding this process.
So let me try to, I promise to get you, Audrey. What I was trying to do, because that didn't work because of the passion apparently surrounding this, is simply get Audrey to finish her sections that Daniel didn't catch up with. That does not mean that they would be added to that finding. It simply was a process technique to figure out what could work. And then the next question is, where does it work and put into it? Second macro point, because this has come up and I wish I had done this sooner, is that at this point, these findings and recommendations are of the work group. They're not of the legal subcommittee, the CUP subcommittee, the LLU subcommittee. They are what you as a team are putting together. And I hear no one say that whatever we give out by way of findings, that they be accurate and tell a full and balanced story. So the only issue is, how do we go about doing that? So my plan, which I hope you give me some indulgence on, is to first get Audrey to write down what she believes the process and procedures are. It just happens to be on this piece of paper because that's what we have on the screen. It doesn't tip our hands to inclusion or exclusion. Get that nailed, and then we can proceed and see how to go. So, Audrey.
Daniel, you ready?
Okay, and do this at
It's a
half
suggestion,
speed.
it's a suggestion starting over. I suggest saying something along the lines of closure in the 1990s met DEQ closure requirements, utilizing the financial assurance available to the landfill owner.
Okay, slow down a little bit because he can't type as quickly as you can talk.
Met DEQ closure requirements.
Utilizing financial assurance that the landfill owner had. That's the bank statement you saw. So then I think the next piece is to say, ongoing construction, operation, maintenance of the landfill has to meet DEQ requirements and maintain financial assurance. For explanation on financial assurance, see appendix. What do you think?
Okay, let's just take this one at a time. My first question is there anything in the appendix that we're likely referring to? Because I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I think when you're referring to the appendix, there's nothing in the appendix.
There is in the LLU too.
LLU 3, finding 3B has a brief explanation of what these funds are going for.
Okay, so you would have to, instead of saying, see the appendix, you would say, what you would put the specific finding, which is then linked to an appendix for other purposes. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, just there's even more, because Brian addressed this issue back October-ish. So in the appendix for the CUP, there's an appendix that goes through all of that.
Okay, so let's.
So I just can't find it fast enough on the paper copy. But I'm gonna find it.
Okay, so we're gonna put for explanation of financial assurances, C LLU F, is that 30B or 3B? 3B, and then we'll,
I mean,
yeah,
it'll take a while.
we'll put ... C Ed. Go see Ed, go see Ed, go see Ed.
Yeah.
Um,
My sense isn't very good.
all right. Catherine, while he's looking, one of the points I heard you say, and I'm trying to make sure I heard it correctly, is you believe it's important to keep this, financial amounts were reduced to reflect closure, because that's all you found in the documents, or that's what you found in the documents. Ginger asked you a question. Were all the documents up to the present reviewed? And so does that lead to a different finding or a different result?
Well, so we're not making a finding on a presumption that there's documents we couldn't or did not review. Our subcommittee was a very different in that it was to review compliance of past land use decision conditions of approval generally. That's what we did. We didn't choose to interpret them. We didn't choose to, I mean, we looked far and deep and wide, and I think you can speak to that, and the amount of work that Ed in particular did in working with DEQ to go through and look at documents. There is no way for us to conclude solidly that we've looked at every document, because we wouldn't necessarily even know where to ask for every document. But what is important about this subcommittee is that we weren't coming up with proposals or ideas or recommendations. We were literally looking at the publicly made available record of the land use process. And this was just a simple finding that we came to. It isn't really a debate issue. And I think it's really useful for us to point to further resources on closure and post-closure. It's literally the finding that we came to a conclusion of.
So the pushback you're getting, and my job is to try to get you together as much as possible, is that this statement on its face doesn't say, which may help, may not, based on the records the CUP subcommittee reviewed, we believe this statement is true. If you have other records, or DEQ has other records that come to a different conclusion on this, then I think if you cite them, like we used the citation to solve other findings and recommendations earlier, that is something we should consider. But it's the absence of the statement. On the face, this statement says, period. And what I'm hearing is, based on the records you reviewed, this is accurate. It doesn't mean the opposite is inaccurate.
This is all true, but as we were discussing, I forget which topic and subtopics we had that Greg was helping us with. In our introductory statements on all of our findings and recommendations, they're based on the review of the documents that we were provided. And so unless we're going to make that statement because we feel it's important for every one of our findings, because it is in fact the overarching statement and the task of this work group, it seems redundant to place it here specifically for a reason that I think we can point to the other materials to support this particular set of findings, but this is all we were able to conclude.
Okay, so Ginger.
I would suggest that in the interest of not being here and keeping all of these hardworking people here all night, we pull on this as is, and following Catherine's suggestion, we can address this in the member statement of the additional citations.
Okay. So what will be put in yellow is whoever's driving, yeah, this is what's in yellow. It is the original statement plus Audrey suggested 2 sentences.
Ed, did you have time to find the CUP appendix so we can make that complete?
3/4 brain dead.
Well, that's you're more alive than me.
The, I think we're making it too complex.
So,
There's everything that Ginger said, there's reports, there's other things that weren't part of the review. This was just part of what came out of the DEQ portion of it. Brian Fuller in October laid out the financial assurance thing. That it goes up and down, yeah. It probably happens. We didn't look at the numbers that closely. And discussion back in October about closure of, there was one drawing that had closed cells on it. We talked about what it meant. I think it starts getting too deep. I'd stop it at, there's addition, stop it before you add it. Go to, fine, closure in the 1990s and currently meet requirements for financial assurance. If you're trying to assure people that there's financial assurance, then you could say something like that, but we didn't review it for whether it's adequate. What we did review says it's inadequate because it doesn't cover reclamation. It only covers DEQ, meeting DEQ's requirements, which are not the land uses that the county requires. You see what it opens up when you keep hearing it back. So that's what we're just trying to say. Okay, this happened. I can see where you could be worried about it because somebody would say, well, what's happening now? You've addressed it in partially in the LLU
F3B.
If you even just refer to LUF 3D in comp appendix, whatever I find.
Right.
I think that's it. Just going too far.
Sam,
So,
Sam, can I make one modification based on what Ed just said? Take out the second last sentence.
Is starting with the closure.
They're starting with ongoing. Because the closure was done, your document said it met DQ's requirements. But just take out that.
So that's an incomplete. What's that sentence starting with closure gonna say then? Oh, there it is.
so hit Control Z and let's see it back what it was, because it's not making sense at this point.
Makes sense.
Well, you could, to make it make sense, you could say the landfill owner utilized, existing financial assurance to close to meet with DQ requirements. That's what I was trying to say.
So what,
And then take out that ongoing construction thing because that's where Ed said it went too far.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, to meet DEQ closure requirements, because what Ed's trying to say is it doesn't necessarily meet land use requirements, but it met DEQ requirements.
Right.
And then take out the next sentence and accept, yes, yeah. There,
okay,
is that better?
Catherine?
Yep, yes, thank you, Audrey. And I'm just, so when I see this for explanation of financial assurance, because again, this is an opportunity to take somebody looking at this to the next space. So LOU F 38 and the CUP appendix, will that include some of the narrative of what Ginger was sharing, because I do think that really captured it really well, put it together a nice package with a bow on it. That might help support LLU F38 and the CUP appendix. Will we include that as well? I mean, I guess that's an ask.
I don't know what is in the CUP appendix, or LLU F3B. So,
We were unable to find the appendix, but LLU F3B had a 3-paragraph general description of what closure, post-closure, and site maintenance how that relates to financial assurance costs. So it's pretty general and brief.
You find this?
Lisa's polling, doesn't even know the question. Louisa, the poll is, does the facilitator look like George Clooney? And you're saying he's voting a 1.
I just have to leave for a sec. That's my vote.
Oh. All right.
After tonight.
What are we waiting for?
I'm kind of just enjoying Luisa's #1 up there, the little green thing on the wall.
Well, if it's just a, can you?
I'm ready for vote 1
Yeah.
on anything.
I like the way she thinks. Let's go.
Okay, we just have to move on. I'm gonna suggest that you give staff license that if there is a specific CUP appendix, that it be cited and put in there. We don't have to, because are anyone in the room gonna go to that appendix tonight and look at it to make sure? No. So let's poll 1, 2, or 3 on the language, recognizing that staff has authority to fill in the, so we have Chuck, Liz, Marge as 1s, Russ and Sean as 2s. We have John, Ryan, Mark, and Catherine as
Wait, no,
1s.
wait, so here, wait. Yes.
As a 1, Louisa as a 1. Ed, what are you voting?
One.
1. Okay.
Thank you, Louisa.
Sam, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Let's go back to our friend F19.
You're getting so close.
Are you trading votes over here? Or what are you doing? The two of you. I know. All right. So we're at F19. Republic?
Yeah, originally 3 could go to a 2, potentially a 1. It took a little bit. I appreciate the indulgence just to look at in the real-time draft revisions. Basically, everything after, for example, there's a lot there. A lot of it is sort of DEQ purview, so just needed a little bit of time to think that through. Our issue is really just with the last line, and in interest of expediency, I think we found some language that we believe would move us to the left here. So the proposed language in lieu of the last sentence beginning the current Republic plan would be Republic prepares annual plans to verify there is sufficient financial assurance per DEQ requirements. Happy to read it again.
Go ahead and read it again to make sure we got it.
Republic prepares annual plans to verify there is sufficient financial assurance per DEQ requirements.
Okay. Let us poll on the modified version of F19, which includes striking the previous last sentence and adding a new one. 1, 2, or 3. All members present are voting a 1, with Louisa voting a 2. F26. So F27.
Yeah, that one was also me, and maybe I was drinking some of Ed's wine. You feel like it's unfair to be, I realize it was a finding, seems a little unfair to be calling something out 20 years ago. But in the interest of getting this done, we can move from a 3 to a 2.
Okay, we'll need to poll on CUP F27.
Does anybody want the background information?
No.
Thank you.
Apparently not, would be my sense of the room.
What a facilitator.
Okay, we have,
27, right? We're talking
Yeah.
27.
Yeah.
So our task was to review the compliance of the record of the application decisions and conditions of approval. Calling out something 20 years ago was part of our charge.
I'm aware of that.
So with respect to that space and trusting and stating with assurance that Ed has done his homework in this space, and I don't know if even those of us on the subcommittee have the same depth of knowledge, and certainly not this work group, not having had the opportunity to review what we have had.
Catherine, you're about ready to win this one.
Yeah, you're win while you're ahead.
As an old trial, a judge once told me, when you're winning, stop talking, Sam.
I just want to make sure that we're not making a statement that 20 years ago compliance issues were not part of this task. They were.
It's being voted on literally as it is on
Excellent.
on the screen here. So we have, everyone is voting. Well, Catherine, you haven't voted yet.
Me and myself and I.
Okay, so everyone is voting 1, including Louisa, with Russ and Sean voting 2. F29.
Yeah, so on that one, we were 3. It's kind of the spirit of the same thing. I get it. You guys were reviewing one particular document. There's been, updates to include most recently in 2020 DEQ. So again, just taken out of context, a little unfair. But in spirit of getting done, we will move to a 2.
Okay, let's poll on the CUP F29 as written. So we have everyone voting 1 with 3 2s. We have the 2s being Louisa, Russ, and Sean.
Actually, that's a good story for the landfill operator.
Good.
So Ed, also, this was a space, and so Russ, I know we had this conversation just in the interest of addressing potential concerns preemptively on this particular finding. Was some sort of feedback about hazardous materials that might be required to go to Coffin View that wouldn't normally be part of our acceptance policy, but might fall under other authorities. We were talking specifically about the The contaminated waste soils, the diesel
We
soils,
did,
or do
I'd
we don't?
love to talk hazardous waste, but I think I'll get, you know,
Well,
bad
the
stares at
only
this
reason I
point.
bring it up is you were gonna
And
come
so
back with that.
you are correct. Would everybody like a paragraph written summary to tie that off versus elaborating now, or do you want me to go there?
A paragraph summary on what?
On hazardous waste, and she's correct that we talked about hazardous waste, and it was 2-3 meetings ago. And there was a, you know, on the homework assignment, Sam, that you gave me at that meeting, that was one of them. The conversation never came back around to it. So Catherine's not incorrect. We did say that we would talk about it. I'm just saying, how about I submit a paragraph or two?
Sounds great.
Great, thank you.
You're submitting that for purposes of putting it where?
It doesn't matter to me if it goes anywhere other than your email inbox, because we committed to responding. I don't care if it doesn't.
Okay, it's gonna go in the email, because this thing's getting out, to the
Yeah.
people that do making it pretty.
Yeah.
Later. Somehow I have F20 on my list, but I'm not seeing, it's a typo, F30.
Context here, those are the records that were available for review on the 2 days that I looked at them. So yeah, the other Title V reports are submitted quarterly. I just couldn't grab paper copies or electronic copies at the time.
So I'm still trying to find it on my documents here.
Yeah.
F30. So is that what?
The wording problem is, I'm sure they're available because they've been submitted in DEQ's files. That section of the files was not available for the day that I was reviewing.
So point of just frustration, had I known that, I'd have figured out a way to get them to you. So, I mean, it's again, it feels like a little unfair that there's a knock as if we are somehow.
It's not a knock.
Not, but that's how it reads. And, you know, a year or two from now, so somebody new comes
we
to
have to
county
change
staff
it,
and reads it, then that's how it's gonna read. And so again, it falls in the category of unfair, in my opinion.
So could we add, Republic is willing to provide them
Sure.
to that language?
Audrey's waiting for cards.
I sent them to Inga.
So that was the other thing that I was following up with. Ed, you had sent an email I'm making this up, Wednesday, asking if those files arrived. You sent all those files to Inga
Yeah,
by
twice.
what mechanism?
The FTP site and through a public records request, we made them available.
Okay, and you did that
So
roughly
I-
when?
December or
Wow.
January.
No, this is stuff, there's two things going on here.
Okay,
Um,
maybe I'm not understanding.
Okay, well, there's two sets of DEQ records. The one that I'm referring to is Ed went down to Eugene and looked at a bunch of things that someone was going to copy or electronically put together and send to Inga, so they are uploaded to the website for cross-reference.
Right, and those are partially received. Some of the older ones haven't been scanned yet. These weren't anything,
Correct. These were not what you looked at.
right,
These were not what you looked at because I got our stormwater staff to send me the last few quarterly reports. I uploaded it on FTP site to Inga, and we also put it in the public records request on DEQ's website. The air permit is available on our website already. And the reports for the air permit are on the
can we
website.
just get rid of this? It's causing too much tension.
Okay, so the motion is to axe F30. Any disagreement? No disagreement?
Okay, I'm feeling uncomfortable that I caused.
No,
Okay.
no, it's just not worth the effort. We'll fix it.
All right. So. No, well, yes. Vote. No, don't be sorry. And the proposition is we vote F30. I was just getting too exhausted.
The removal of that.
Yes.
F30 be gone. This is a proposal. Louisa, what was your vote, please? Everyone votes one, including Louisa. Thank you. All right. So let me just take a second here. We have dealt with any findings and any recommendations where someone has voted in the preliminary poll of 3 and resolved them. Apparently, we have one left. And what is this now? CUP.
Ed was going to work on some edits and we were going to circle back to that one.
Okay, Ed, you were supposed to work on some edits, CUPR 7. CUPR 7.
There, I haven't done that.
Promise this is the last one?
No, just, we have a couple other quick things. We have to do the history piece. We have to do the executive summary, and I have to let me do that while Ed's looking for that.
I have in my notes, LSCL F13. Come back to that. We might have.
LSCL.
F13.
No, we did that one.
We did that one.
We agree.
Let's look at our polling to see if they have it.
Yeah.
That's the 87%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna ask, so I get some polls out here, some new polls. So question 1. Is there any member present that wants to change any informal polling, meaning where you voted a 1 on findings, to something that's a 2 or 3 based on what you heard today? Is there any person here that, now that they've heard all the 2s and all the 3s, wants to change their mind on any informal polling? I'm seeing no one. So just to make the record pristine in its clarity, to the extent we did not cover a recommendation or finding because there was a 3 or a 2, you are converting your informal polling on all other issues to permanent polling because nothing has changed. I need affirmative yeses for everyone. Chuck?
That's fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Liz, yes. Marge, yes. Russ, Sean, yes. Ryan, yes. Mary, yes.
Yes.
Ed, Catherine, and Louisa. Okay. While Ed is working on that, we
I
need
think I
to,
have it.
you have it, go?
Yeah, it's the same one we added before. In 1983, the one that Catherine gave you the, where to insert it, it just goes in the, it goes in R7 and it goes in the legal findings, and I guess you put it in the legal findings already, and it goes at R7. It needs to go in here.
So let's just make sure everyone's on the same page. CUPR 7 is what's at issue.
Yes.
That is determined if the site narrative included in the applicant submittals that are regulatory conditions that the landfill is required to follow. And we have had an informal poll on that. We have not had a formal poll on that.
Yeah, we
We
did.
did last time.
We did last time, that's why it's the 6 and 5 in purple.
That's 6, oh, down below. Okay. So what is your proposal, Ed?
It was that wording right there inserted as, is that already inserted?
It's inserted in in another one.
Okay, and that would come into, the CUP finding also.
Okay, so the proposal is that you would. What section are you in on, whoever's driving?
I'm just typing this into CUPR 7, the language proposed by Freeze. I'm typing this in. I'll probably make it a new row if it's gonna be a new vote for a finding.
And yes, it is gonna be a new, because it's going in, he's suggesting it go in at a location you're about to tell me at.
It would go at R7.1.
So you want a recommendation or a finding?
I think we had it as a finding.
It is a finding.
Is this fine now? I'm confused.
This is the we. Okay, until you get to where you need to be, Daniel, that you can capture it. I can't track as the screen is moving.
I'll just try to make a new CUP finding row. Is that the idea? So we can add this new language and pull on it.
I thought Ed wants to have that.
Are they closely coupled?
I thought Ed wants to have that CUP finding added to the legal subcommittee finding.
I thought we already did that.
Okay, where did you copy that language
Ed
from?
sent an email with that language, so I copied it from that email and pasted it into this row for our reference for poll.
But we have already voted on this language once tonight already. Correct?
I thought we did, we were talking about putting it in 2 locations.
Right, so we have it
We
in,
already voted on.
we have it in one location. And that is, what is this? I can't see.
Sorry, this is just a language that he sent that we're still looking at. I haven't added it anywhere else besides the notes for R7, because that was the request.
Can we just include reference to it, to this particular and the added language from earlier, rather than copying the entire language and adding it again?
Well, okay, that's the mechanical piece. It is, I just am really trying to make it clear. Are you suggesting that this language be added as a finding in the legal section?
Yes.
Okay, so this language needs to be copied or referenced, however you want to do it. And then placed in a LLU finding.
It was at LLU F22.
It goes in LLU F22. Nobody.
All right, so this is the language that already appears in LLU F22 from earlier. We made a row and pulled on this language specifically. I made a note to add a new finding, LLU F22A. So we pulled on that, got a 524.
So it is already in LLU. So then the question becomes, are you asking it to be included in CUPR 7?
Yes.
Okay,
In CUPR 7.
as well, both places.
So added to the existing recommendation 7 language, or a new finding, or a new recommendation. That's the question.
It makes no difference. whatever you would like, whatever is
We'll do
easiest
the
right
same
there.
format that we did here, which is, it, is this an addition to or a separate finding?
So we pulled to add an additional finding called F
Okay,
22
So
A.
put it as an additional finding in the CUP language. And we have to come up with a location.
There is a best location for this.
It would be at, CUP R7. It was to help explain R7.
So it is a recommendation, not finding.
Excuse me, that's correct.
Okay.
That one for acknowledging the discrepancy.
Yeah, these are the notes that we added, like language purpose. So I was just gonna add a new row. Well, this is 22, instead of 22A.
But we haven't pulled on it yet. All right, so the proposal is we're adding a new finding to see, a new recommendation to CUP F22A. No, it's not F22, it would be R, whatever. Okay. 1, 2, or 3 on it. 1, 2, or 3 on it. Chuck, Liz, Marge are 1s, Russ and Sean are 3s, John is a 1, Ryan's a 2, Mary, Ed, Catherine are 1, and Louisa is a 2. All right, so that includes, we are, just so again, to state the obvious, we are not going to have time to go through the 2s. So all the findings and recommendations that we haven't already discussed, where people voted at 2, we are not going to be able to attend to those. So I am proposing for your consideration that on our hit list here, any recommendations where at least one person voted at 2, and any findings where someone, at least one person voted at 2, that you will maintain the same voting you did in your informal polling, because we did not discuss that. So they have to stand as they are. And so, Chuck, agree? You agree? Liz agrees, Marge agrees.
Yes.
Russ, Sean agrees, John agrees, Ryan agrees, Mary,
Yes.
and Ed and Catherine and Louisa agree that those informal polls now become the final poll, with the big note that we did not have time to discuss them after meeting. So we have to make that real clear in the body of the report, that we overtly polled to convert informal polling to final polling, because we did not have time to explore them. And they should be read accordingly. All right, the history document. Someone can put that up on the screen, please. So as I mentioned, in the transmittal email that, Darren put forward a bunch of track changes. And, before the last meeting, those have since been quote unquote accepted in track change language. And then there were 3 sections that garnered additional interest after that. So you can find whatever, it should be in track changes, the first of those 3. Oh, wait a minute, look at back, I want to see that picture. What's going on here? We have 2 stars in the making. They paid the advertising fee at $29.95 to get your picture in there. That got snuck in.
Looking. That's not my copy.
Pardon me?
That's not the copy I'm looking at.
Apparently, yeah, I just saw it for the first time just now too.
Well, I mean.
We'll come back and
that's
pick,
incorrect.
well, of a picture of you is
Are
incorrect.
we voting on that?
Yeah, there's a picture in there that was not in the document that we constructed.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. I won't miss that. Let's take these 3 things and then we'll have to look at the photos that were entered. All right. So this was the subject of email communications over, I'll say, starting on Thursday or Friday and through the weekend. And there are option 1 is the language in green: a household well and sediments west of the landfill on the former Helms home site receives sufficient contamination from the landfill site that the well had to be decommissioned under DEQ supervision. Option number 2. I'm gonna get you in a second, Martha, I promise. I know you had a subsequent conversation. Option 2 is striking the words "in sediments." A household well west of the landfill on the former home site was decommissioned under DEQ supervision. It's my understanding that Marge and Audrey talked about this at a break or something, and did you come up with a 3rd option? And does someone have that so we can type it, the magic words in there? And
Yeah. If you take out,
Dangerous
or add back in, receive sufficient contamination from the landfill site and was decommissioned.
okay, well, let's find a place to put this in so we have it clearly typed in.
We just removed in sediments and submit as sufficient. I think we're fine, right, Audrey? I mean.
There's 2 options.
Take
I
out
want to make sure.
and was decommissioned. So just take out the sediments because it's not sediments. And the rest was just.
Sorry, this is in strike through format because it was emailed
Yes,
to me.
sorry, I did it in an email. I
Okay,
just
so
instructed.
highlight this in yellow so we know the whole,
You just want me to highlight the whole thing.
yeah, so we can see what options, well, not that part because it's just the new sentence. Nothing else got changed. Please highlight the words "a household" through under DEQ supervision. Okay, so that is the proposal that Audrey and Marge talked about at the break. So we'll start with that proposal.
Can you read that sentence, please?
A household well west of the landfill, comma, on the former Helms home site, comma, receives sufficient contamination.
No, to take sufficient out. She didn't want sufficient.
Right, but I don't know, it's, I did take it out because the idea is that there was leachate from the landfill entered the aquifer and may have impacted the adjacent wells, and the wells were decommissioned. That's what happened. But people were concerned that I was trying to say, I was trying to make it sound better than it really was. So I don't care if you leave sufficient in.
Well, what is the most not about feelings, what's the most accurate statement that you believe?
In the aquifer and the adjacent well.
Catherine, I can't hear you,
I don't
please.
want to edit it that much because somebody else spent time on it. So I think a household well west of the landfill on the former Helms home site received sufficient contamination from the landfill site and was decommissioned under DEQ supervision
Is accurate.
it's accurate enough.
What would, okay, we've thought about this so long, this has been the subject of, and you had some concerns about the word sufficient. What do you, Audrey, believe is the most accurate?
I don't have the record of decision in front of me, and I don't want to edit it too much.
So you want to keep the word sufficient in it?
That's fine.
Okay, we're gonna vote 1, 2, or 3 on that sentence as it is written. All members voting 1, including Louisa. All right,
Let's leave the first option.
delete the first 2 options, please. All right, let's go to whatever the second highlighting fund.
Well, the second thing is to add the transfer of responsibility of solid waste management from health department to county development department. And you added it on page, I'm sorry, I don't have a page number here. But you added it after a paragraph. Benton County Control Services approved. Have you got that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Adding it right there.
Okay, so the, again, part of the offline meeting, not the formal meeting, but at BCTT email was copied on all this back and forth. I think it started on Friday, does that make sense? Thursday or Friday, and went to yesterday. All right, so it reads, the Benton County Commissioners chose to transfer responsibility for solid waste management from the Health Department to Community Development Department effective on July 1, 2019. As negotiations over the 2020 franchise agreement were underway. Any further discussion? Please poll 1, 2, or 3 on that statement. All members voting 1, including Louisa on screen. And then there should be the one right below it is the third and final one, as I recall. In an email exchange with Public Services Representative Julie Jackson on October 14, 2020, County Council Vance Croney sought to clarify how the expansion across Coffin Butte Road would affect the lifespan of the landfill, and also noted that Public Services, quote, has many acres of EFU zone land that certainly can be used for additional cells, but would require rezoning. And then there is The footnote would be that the county talks trash or wherever Crony placed that. So there is, and Marcus is gonna help me with this, I'm gonna say there's like 8 back and forth emails over the course of this day in question.
Oh, and I just want to say that I have not seen, tonight is the first time I've seen this wording here.
This is what Mark Henkel's suggested in the compromise that that Ginger agreed with. This is a quote from Mark Henkel's.
I object to it still.
Okay.
And I have alternate wording, and the reason that I object to it is that it mischaracterizes what happened here. That Vance Crony says, sought to clarify how the expansion across Cotton Road, that's an opinion, that is not a fact. And the way I would state it is, it was noted in an email exchange uncovered during a public records request. And this is another thing I have a problem with. It had to be uncovered in a public records request. The county and Republic Services never came forward and said, we have been actively discussing multiple expansion, the possibility of multiple expansions south of Coffin Road. That was never acknowledged in the work group process. And I think that had that been acknowledged 6-9 months ago, whenever this started, discussion would have been different. So I think that's a serious issue. But how I would say it is, given that it's 8 o'clock or 8:30 or something, there was noted in an email exchange uncovered during a public records request that County Council Vance Crony discussed expansions south of Coffin View Road with Republic Services Representative Julie Jackson on October 14th, 2020. They discussed how such expansions might affect the lifespan of the landfill and noted that Republic Services, quote, has many acres of EFU zone land that certainly can be used for additional cells, but would require rezoning. Is everybody okay with that? It's 8:34.
Well, just, I'm sure not everyone is okay with that. It is my sense. Ginger.
I would just propose that we go with the language that was in there, since we had multiple individuals agree to this compromise language. And as Sam previously noted, about 12 different email exchanges. It was actually provided by Mark Henkels, who was one of the lead authors, along with Marge, of this subcommittee document. I agreed to it, the other members of the subcommittee agreed to it. Vance agreed that it was accurate, and so I see no reason to change it into something lengthier at this 11th hour as we approach 9 p.m.
Okay, for clarification, I did not hear affirmative agreement, one way or disagreement from Louisa or Mary on this point. So that's the only correction that I would make to what Ginger said. They may have agreed.
I sent you guys an email. I sent out an email at 5 yesterday.
Okay, was it agreeing with this language or disagreeing with this language?
It was agreeing with it. I actually liked Joel's suggestion of it being more broad rather than naming people's names, but someone would have to write that. So I said then Mark's version's fine.
Okay. So let's, before we poll on something here, the question is, what are the footnotes? I think that you can do this without footnotes, or you can do it with footnotes. And if we're doing it with footnotes, then I think it's the full email exchange between Vance Crony and Julie Jackson, plus Vance Crony's explanation of his issues would create the record so that people can make their own determination as to what was said. So I'll first, just quick, taking your pulse. How many people would like those emails attached or referenced as footnotes? Just raise your hand if you think they should be attached. So we have enough of people that say, so I'm gonna ask you, whoever's driving this, to put, add footnotes. Add footnotes that link to the full email exchange and Vance's Crony's email of X date. I'm gonna say this was Thursday or Friday or something. And the staff has authority to go in and, you know, fix that. But it's not the four, there's two versions of the email exchange between Vance and Julie. One has like 4 back and forth, and the other roughly has 8. And so I'm suggesting the full one, because that has everything in it, then you can all decide.
Including the dates and times.
Oh, yeah, it's that thing, it's a PDF right now that has like 8 of them.
It should be that one as well.
Okay. All right.
Sam, could you clarify what's the intent of this particular statement? Is it about extending the life of the landfill? Is it about additional lands that could be expanded upon? You know, Mark brings up some good points that we're not vetting, and I would just say if it was 3 o'clock today, would we be looking at it differently versus, gosh, it's 8:30, and in the interest of time, we're gonna fast track it. I think it's fair to acknowledge her concerns, and it sounds like, you know, are we overlooking the perspectives that she has, which is obviously a broader, a broader relationship with this. I don't know what we're aiming at here. Why do we have this statement in here? That's my question. Is it about a public records request? Is it about conversations between the county and Republic Services that may or may not have been made publicly?
I'll let Marge speak for herself, obviously.
It's mainly about a conversation between Republic Services and County Council, our county and county council, that was not revealed, and that was revealed through a public records request. And that particular aspect was something that would have been interesting within this work group process, but it was not revealed by either the county or Republic Services that this level of communications took place. And so that's why we felt it was valuable to put it in here. Now, what I want to say is that I want to withdraw the objections that I made, because I hate it when people at the last minute bring up something and, you know, and it hasn't been. And Ginger has assured me that this is something that we all agreed upon. So I should have, if I was going to say, if I was going to change the wording, I should have done it at that point rather than now. But I do think it's important that we do acknowledge that there was some communication between the county and Republic Services that would have that could have been important, especially to the capacity subcommittee, that was not made public. And that's all, you know, that's all I'll say,
Okay,
all I have to say.
so the poll is on the language as it appears on the screen with the footnote to add the information that it notifies. Chuck?
How can one vote on this when you have access to the information? I don't know if it's critical mass or not. So trying to say here, or what the intent is, or what the support is, or what the relevancy of it is.
And I agree, and I thought Marge just withdrew it.
No, she withdrew her objection to change the language here. She is support, if I'm understanding her correctly, she is supporting what's in green on the screen. She did not
And
withdraw it.
as Sam described, exactly what would be going in the footnotes.
Okay? So,
So
last call.
Are we suggesting that there's something improper about this conversation?
Well, okay, so the backstory here, the best I can do it at this hour with everyone around, is that a former member of the work group suggested that this language be added, and it went through sub-E, because the sub-E group was doing the history section, and I heard it as initially as two prongs. One, as Marge just said, that this information was not shared by the county or republic until Becky Merja, as I recall, did a public records request, got a cache of emails, and found this email exchange on October 14th, 2020. So the concern expressed was that should have been done sooner, because that should have been disclosed sooner, because there was information in that public records response that included information that would have been helpful to the site life and capacity committee. The second reason it was included is to deal with the assertion that, is this one expansion that's going to be happening, or is it really the first of a series of expansions that would be happening? That was the background story.
So
That as best I can summarize at
So
this moment.
whether Republic wants to do one expansion or multiple expansions, that's still not what we're supposed to do here at this subcommittee, right?
This charter clearly says we are not opining on the merits of any future CUP expansion.
So I'm confused as to why this has any effect on the work we're doing here.
Well,
This-
the entire history document.
This is the history, this is in the history document.
The history, okay.
So is this relevant to the history? That's kind of what I'm going by. Is it relevant to the history of landfill? Question.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so we're gonna pull on this.
Question.
Okay, just a second, I have Louisa and then Ed.
Well, just to comment on the questions, this is under the title Current Political and Social Context of Coffin Butte Landfill. So that is probably where the history writers were, they felt it was part of information needing to be added because of the political and social content.
So in fairness and full disclosure, they did not suggest a specific place for it. I took facilitator privilege and added it there, because that's where I thought it best fit if it was to be included. All right, so John.
Who has received the public document? And has it been declared to the body yet, or anybody?
So I'm trying to. Can you guys find that document? It would have been in, it's gonna be I sent it,
Probably under the subcommittee.
I sent it to the subcommittee as a copy to BCTT.
Yeah, it's probably under the subcommittee, I would guess.
And so and I'm gonna say, if anyone can help me remember, I'm gonna say that went out on Thursday or Friday. That document. And you can put it up on the screen so you can see it.
Well, I'm gonna defer to the subcommittee myself.
Okay?
Saw that. I saw this change, but I don't understand.
That document being emailed to me.
It is a PDF of about 8 email exchanges.
Yes.
Can you keep going? Keep going. Scrolling down, what's that? This is the big one. I'm just trying to think. When you start at the top, there should be about 8 exchanges. So 1, 2. Keep count how many exchanges there.
Okay.
That has to be it.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. Okay. So why don't you start and let people read it?
You started at the bottom, you're up.
I think there's something 5 on this.
Can't just be added.
Are we reading it for the purpose of changing that part of the
Yeah,
document?
no, I think we're deferring to the subcommittee.
I don't, yeah, I thought we were just gonna put it in the.
Well, Chuck asked,
As it's-
yeah, that was on the table. Chuck asked, he hasn't seen it. And there was a request, as I understand, to look at. Is that correct? Chuck?
Yeah, just make sure it did exist. I'm sorry, I didn't see it, so.
Yeah, it does in fact exist. Okay,
Is that enough for you, Chuck, that you can see it on the?
all right. So let's close that. And then there's one more, and it's Vance's email in response to the email chain where he puts his perspective on that conversation.
This was on Friday.
Thursday or Friday.
Yeah.
Did we finish the vote on that, the email chain with Vance and Julie?
Yeah.
We got like.
We're not there yet. I haven't even called the question yet, I don't think. All right, so that has to be on the screen, please, as to what we're voting on. So that's the Vance's email. As co-author, the email question, Mark's revisions below more accurately reflect the brief conversations between myself and Julie Jackson than the original proposal. Thanks, Vance. That will be added to that chain. Now I need to see the history document with the language that we're polling on, so you can take a poll on history revision number 3. All right, 1, 2, or 3 for what you see on the screen from in an email exchange all the way through staff to confirm date. Chuck, Liz, and Marge are 1. Russ, Sean is 1. Catherine's a 2. Ed, you had a comment. I forgot. I apologize. Go ahead, talk.
The problem I'm having with this is anything that goes in this document is presumably reviewed by BCTT. And I get that from listening to the podcast and the news show that Greg participated in, where he references landfill life and then ECT, how it did it. Quite frankly, I don't want to be associated with this letter. I think acknowledging that it exists is fine, and saying something BCTT has not reviewed this material. Or just stop there, BCTT has not reviewed this material.
The subcommittee has,
Excuse me, Liz?
the subcommittees review it, right?
Yes,
Which subcommittee?
sub E.
That's what he said, the subcommittee reviewed it.
As of when they got the public note, excuse me, when they got the public records request.
So the public records request was responded to. Members of a member or members of the community went through those documents and pulled out the conversations on this particular date, October 14th, summarized them into the PDF that we had on the screen about a minute and a half ago, and they were all reviewed by subcommittee E.
Where I'm uncomfortable with is this implies there's an expansion that was added. Expansion beyond cell 6 is being contemplated on lands that are not within the current footprint. And that is just a very different message than everything else in this document.
When you say not on the current footprint, this is, it's talking about, this email exchange talks about an expansion or expansions, depending on how you want to read it, south of Coffin Butte Road. And it makes a distinction between property currently zoned for landfill and EFU property, for which it would require rezoning.
Are those EFU zone lands additional from the land south of the landfill?
Pardon me?
Are there two statements here, as in, are the EFU zoned lands that certainly can be used for additional cells? Is that one and the same of the proposed expansion across Coffin Butte Road on the south side of the current landfill properties?
Well, we don't know what the proposed expansion is going to be. And so if the proposed expansion only includes lands that are currently zoned for landfill use, you would proceed under a conditional use permit with conditions of approval or denial. And if it includes lands that are currently zoned EFU, you would first have to rezone that land to landfill, correct? Before you could go through the CUP on that property.
We're not finding out future species.
I'm just responding to that
So
question.
can I just respectfully ask again, what is the message that we are sending by including this in this document as a work group? I am not clear on that question, which is why I'm asking. Like, there's many numbers of ways this could be interpreted, including the fact that it came through a public records request process. I'm just not sure where to land this. I don't know where it fits, is the question, maybe.
Marge?
Okay, I can respond to where I think it fits, is that this is information that came to light in a public records request within the last month or so. Yeah, and I just think I personally feel like it's important that we have that in our records somewhere. And to me, the logical place to put it is in the history document. This is part of the history of the landfill and of our process. I just think it's important that that it's known that these conversations took place. And I'm sorry that that this was not revealed before, because it's an important piece of information if the county and the public services have for 2 years already been discussing in detail, well, I can't say how much detail there, but in conceptually discussing, not just a expansion to the landfill zone area south of Coffin View, but even further expansions on and on. So this is not the way it had been portrayed to a lot of people. This is not the situation as it was portrayed. And I think it's an important part of the history that occurred.
So that's helpful clarification, and is that part of the narrative that should be included here to connect it to the history piece?
Okay, so right now we're voting on this, and then if we want to do another vote that includes something more, we can do that, but I need to take them sequentially so the record shows what you voted on, and it will eventually land somewhere. So what we have right now is everyone voting a 1. Ed, you're voting a
1.
A 1.
Yes.
Catherine's voting a 2, and Louise is voting a 2. So if anyone wants to make a motion to add a concept or sentence to this would be the time and place to do so.
I'll make a motion. Just start, preface this statement with, in response to a public information request, comma, an email exchange, blah, 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 blah. Okay, goes for the rest of it. But just putting those few words at the beginning.
Okay, can I make a friendly amendment to public records request?
Public records
That's,
request.
I think, more accurately reflects what that is.
Or you could even put it in response to a citizen's public records request.
Okay, in response to a residence, not citizen,
Okay,
a residence public record request. I'm sure that person is a citizen, but it's, the proper term, I believe, is to call folks residents.
We use community members typically, and that's
Okay, to a community member's public records request.
Do you want to reference the date of the request?
If we have it, I mean, but, at this point, I think we're gonna
I would
pull on.
say, after Crony, council against
Was found, like
Was
was
found.
found, or I don't.
which part was found, after Crony was found, which clarifies how the expansion across, and then finish off.
Okay, I'm not tracking her, and so let's get it on the screen here.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking either. What are you asking?
So after Vance Crony, comma, well, maybe not comma, but was found seeking to clarify how the expansion, so that the action part, through the public records request, this was found.
I'm not sure, Vance Coney was found seeking to clarify.
So maybe it should go, an email exchange was found. It might fit better there.
Okay, the email exchange, the Crony, there, okay, let's be clear. The language that said, in response to community record.
It's not grammatically correct without something like was found or some sort of connecting to to those sets of emails, like something's missing.
It's not two sets of
Which
emails.
clarifies,
It's one set of emails that went back and forth.
An email exchange was found, or a similar phrase. Discovered.
Okay, so in response to community members' public record request, an email exchange was found between Republic Services representative
And after the 2020 and county.
well, you would move, it would be between Julie Jackson and County Council Vance Crony on, the date is, yes. Okay, in response to a community public members records request, an email exchange was found between Republic Services Representative Julie Jackson and County Council Vance Crony on October 14, 2020. Where County Council sought to clarify how the expansion across Coppin Butte Road would affect the lifespan of landfill. And also noted that Republic Services has, well, so you have two ons there, whoever's typing, Vance Crony on. Take out one of them, and then, does that work for whoever's making this proposal?
yes,
Okay, so let's now poll on option 2. 1, 2, or 3 on option 2. Louisa? All members vote 1. So is it the work group's option to use this option 2 as the language, and the prior vote becomes nullified, given that fact we have a consensus? What are you doing, Russ, with your card
That's a
there?
great question, Sam.
Okay, keep me posted if there's a great answer.
I can delete option 1.
Just hold on here. Russ is at 1 with his duality right now, and okay? And the 2 Republic folks voted 1, so everyone voted 1. All right, that concludes the history piece. Don't be standing here now. We got a little bit more. We're getting
I
close.
didn't get the blood flow moving back in my feet.
Okay. That's another workers' comp claim. All right. The executive summary. Did anyone have any comments or concerns about the executive summary?
quite frankly, I didn't get a chance to go through it thoroughly.
I read it, it was great. I know, I read it.
So
Myself.
okay, so I'm hearing no one's voting to 3 on any section of the executive summary. Is that fair? I need some form of communication.
Yes.
Grunted my general direction, do anything, wave, do a wave, that's fine too. All right, now we can go to the agenda, please. The meeting, I did a few wrap up things and we'll be done. We can go to the next steps.
I have a question though.
Yes, sir.
Chuck, you said something out today that was pretty long about the intro into the sustainable material management plan. Was that anything? I mean.
Well, let me stop. In our subcommittee, we were starting with a committee executive summary. And there was some confusion if we were gonna have that or not. And then we had one and then voted down to the initial survey. But since the sustainable materials management is on top now, if you will, the pinnacle, and the pinnacle is within sustainability, I was wondering if then they float up on top there, just to give
Okay,
the readers inference that what is a lunar economy, what is a circular
right,
economy.
yeah, no, I read it, but, right now, it's really not a matter for this group.
No.
Okay,
So you're not making a proposal that that language be added?
Not now.
Okay.
I got it, guys.
Yeah. Thank you for your good judgment. Yeah. Now, I'd bring a knife to it, but I digress. All right, next steps. So what's the final editing process? The report, which would include some changes to the executive summary, is going to include in the executive summary and in the report and an attachment, the public survey. Your informal polling will be added. The final polling that we did at our last meeting in this meeting will be added. Member statements are due this Friday at noon. You will receive tomorrow a process evaluation on SurveyMonkey. The results of that will be included. We'll update the web page and add links the best we can. And there may be one last run using a program called Grammarly, but not on any of the findings and recommendations, just to do any grammar checks. There will be no changes to the history or findings and recommendations. Is that okay with you, that those things be added? Everyone is nodding affirmatively. So we hope to get that out tomorrow.